It will take some time, you think, for this place to feel like home. There's no sense in rushing things. You've got a lifetime ahead of you. The misty morning light, stark white with a slice of sun melting through curtains of fog, shimmers through the window. You haven't yet lit the lamps inside the lighthouse keeper's quarters. You're not sure how. Surely that's in the instructions left to you. The most important light, the warning light itself, you've had some training on. The rest, the endeavor to make a life here, is all up to you. But first you want to situate the precious few belongings you brought to the headland in your new residence. That involves the considered removal of the mountains of material left behind by the previous lighthouse keeper. Heaps and heaps of books and papers, ledgers, daily logs, photograph albums, and other miscellaneous records. They also left behind personal belongings of all sorts: clothing, furnishings, knickknacks, and kitchenwares. Some of it you'll probably decide to keep. The existing furniture is usable, and there are some delightfully strange decorations you wouldn't mind holding on to. A small brass sculpture, for example, of a two-tailed mermaid, an elegant crown upon her head. You can tell that framed photographs once hung on the walls in the modest quarters connected to the lighthouse. The now mostly bare walls give up numerous squares of darkened wallpaper, unbleached by the intruding sunlight. You wonder if the former keeper hung pictures of their family or a long-lost sweetheart across the sea. Feeling an urge to get some fresh air, your mind swirling with thoughts of the previous keeper's life and romances, you step outside into the cool morning. The surroundings are conducive to such speculation. The lighthouse sits atop the limestone cliffs of the cape, towering over the crashing waves of open sea. Miles from the only town center on the island, itself remote in the region, there's an isolation that's haunting and romantic. The distance from everyday civilization and the closeness to nature, the vastness of nature in cliffs and waves and shorebird migration, is at once solemn and sublime. You think how small your silhouette must appear should an onlooker glimpse you standing on the cliffs, tiny and overwhelmed by the majesty of it all, the age-old rock and the movements of natural forces that care not for human affairs. You could get used to this, you think, feeling how the wind tussles your hair and the salt spray air conditions your skin. You close your eyes for a moment, just listening to the sound of the waves crashing below. Distant and yet incredibly close. Abstract and yet entirely tangible. You have a sense of lightness, floating, You store the sensation in the back of your mind for moments of doubt you anticipate, cramped in the tight quarters of the lighthouse, trimming the wick or maintaining the clockwork. Just come back out here, you think. Just step outside and feel the limitless expanse of the sea and sky. It'll set you right. Your head clear, you return inside to continue the task of organizing the living space. You keep a window slightly open. Why endure a stuffy cabin when such invigorating air lies just outside? You set about packing away the mountain of photo albums, though your wistful heart won't let you tuck them in a box without first peeking at them. Inside you find yellowed images of the island and the townsfolk. There's one picture of a husband and wife in front of a small white building, whom you recognize as younger versions of the couple who still operate the post office. You met them when you arrived, and they made you promise to pay them a visit from time to time, lest you become too cooped up on the cliffside. The memory of their playful ribbing brings a smile to your face. There are more photos of local business owners, some whom you recognize from your brief time in town, and others who look familiar enough that they might still reside in the village, or their descendants might. The albums are a fascinating documentary history of the island. Your imagination strings together stories that connect the photographs through time. This person must have married into this family, and they opened such and such fish market. But they left for the mainland when they came into family money and were never heard from again. This young lady left the island with hopes of becoming a famous actress. But after some time on the stages in London, she returned and never spoke of the intervening years. You enjoy making up such stories, though you imagine you'll learn the true histories of the island in time. There's a face that pops up here and again in the photos. At first, you didn't pay it much notice because the person is usually swept to the side of the photographs or stuck in the backgrounds, never the camera's focus. She's a handsome woman with dark hair and features. She wears, always, a somewhat morose expression. Perhaps that's not the right word. There's just something forlorn about her, lost. You wonder if she still lives on the island. She'd be older now, but you're curious about her story. After a long morning of sorting and packing, you finally move the box of photo albums to a closet in your bedroom. You have to shift a few things around in the closet to make room, teetering some small boxes precariously upon an inner shelf. As you're moving items in the dark, you haven't yet figured out the lamps, and there's hardly any natural light in the bedroom. Your groping hands fall upon the unexpected texture of worked leather. If you're not mistaken, at the back of the closet there's a large and heavy chest, its surface leather-bound, You can feel grooves in the leather, indicating some sort of decoration or design. It takes some exertion on your part, but you manage to heave the chest from the depths of the cupboard and slide it into the living space where you can see better. Indeed, there are intricate designs pounded into the reddish-brown leather. Circles and spirals and discs that remind you vaguely of the Pictish symbol stones unearthed on some of the surrounding islands. You wipe away a thick layer of dust from the surface to better observe the patterns. You're overcome with curiosity. What could be hiding within such an elegant piece of craft? The former lighthouse keeper left many curiosities behind, but this chest is surely of a high value. You're surprised it wasn't pillaged by the townsfolk after the post was vacated. No one must know about it, you think. But as you go to lift the lid, you finally see the rusted lock. Still you try, hopeful, to open the chest, but it's securely fastened. You sigh. There must be a key somewhere. You were given a ring of keys when you arrived for the living quarters, the lighthouse, and various pieces of equipment. You fetch the keys and try every single one in the lock on the chest. None are the right fit. Somewhat disappointed, but all the more intrigued about the contents of the mysterious chest, you slide it back into the closet and set your mind to the work at hand. You'll find the key, surely. It's a matter of time. For now, the best thing is for it to stay out of sight. Your first days as the new lighthouse keeper on the island pass uneventfully. You receive a handful of visits from the townsfolk, bringing homemade food and welcome gifts. A mail carrier comes by most days. He's the son of the couple who own the post office, and he makes sure to remind you every time he comes that his mother and father expect a visit from you. He brings you letters, mostly intended for the former lighthouse keeper, but there's the occasional correspondence from your friends and family on the mainland. It's good to hear from them. You throw the letters for the old keeper into a pile, unsure of what to do with them, unsure of whether to read them or cast them out to sea. Perhaps they'll come back for the letters one day. You take to the job rather well. You find you're a natural at keeping up the equipment and maintaining the lighthouse. But there's a certain kind of loneliness that creeps in at the edges. After a fortnight, you decide it's time to take that visit into town. You ride your bicycle to the center of the village, enjoying the downhill breeze on the headland. The post office couple treats you to lunch, and the wife introduces you to several important people. The mayor, an absent-minded old man with white whiskers and thick glasses. The librarian, a sweet, put-upon middle-aged woman with a gaggle of young children. many others. It's a town of only a few hundred people, and by the end of your outing, you feel you've met at least half of them. As you prepare to return to the lighthouse, you steal a glance at a handsome residence. There's a movement in the window, a rustle of drapes, as if someone was watching you from behind the curtain and hastily dropped it when your gaze fell their way. The visit fills up your heart, replenishes your energy in a way. You like solitude, otherwise why would you have accepted such a posting? But it feels good to be welcomed into pleasant company. You light a fire in your residence as darkness falls on the cliffside. You sleep well. The next morning, as you're outside cleaning windows, you notice a human presence ascending the hill toward the cliffs. It's not the right time for the mail carrier to come by, and you wouldn't expect a visit from the townsfolk so soon after your journey. The figure draws closer. She's a willowy woman with wild, long dark hair, black as the ocean at night. She's the woman from the photographs, you're sure of it. Older, certainly, but not by as much as you'd expected. Her features are unmistakable. But she doesn't come toward you. She doesn't introduce herself. Instead, she breezes past you and the lighthouse, hardly acknowledging your presence, and glides toward the edge of the cliff. For a moment, her head held high and eyes aloft, you fear she may walk right off the edge, and you almost run after her. But she stops before she reaches the end of the cliff, and she stands, and she stares. You decide not to disturb her, so you go about your tasks for the day. Maintenance, cleaning, still organizing the living quarters, trimming the wick, cleaning the lens. Every time you look outside, she's there, hair and dress whipping in the wind, gazing out at the sea. Then, at dusk, she turns and goes back the way she came. You fix yourself supper and retrieve one of the old photo albums from storage. You flip through the pages as you eat. The resemblance is too uncanny for it not to be the same woman, unless there's a close relation to be accounted for. But given the dates on the pages of the album, if it is indeed the same woman, she's barely aged in the years since the images were captured. It's the sea air, you think. She must come here for the benefits of sun and salt and spray to keep her looking young. She comes back a few days later. She still ignores your existence. And later in the week, she comes again and stands at the edge of the cliff and stares out at the sea for hours. Finally, you decide you'll talk to her. You'll introduce yourself. The next time she comes on a clear September morning, you call out to her as she strides toward the cliffside. For the first time, you see her up close. See how her dark, stormy eyes match the impression of the photographs. How her brow furrows at your intrusion on her private cliffside ritual. But she warms to you quickly enough. Her name, you discover, is Tess, and she's lived on the island for several years. She came here for love, of all things. She married a man who'd been here all his life. He's gone now, and she stays with a cousin of his. She doesn't say any more than that. You don't press her for the details. You don't ask about the photographs in the lighthouse. Not yet. Tess comes back more frequently now that she knows you. Every other day, sometimes on days back to back. Most days, you give each other friendly waves, exchange a few words about the weather or the goings-on in town. There's a familiarity growing between you, an understanding. You don't ask her why she comes to stare at the sea, why she looks so sad when she watches the ocean waves. She doesn't ask you why you left your life behind to take up the lighthouse post. As autumn marches on and the island settles under an ever-present fog and chill, you're surprised to see Tess continue to visit so frequently. She shivers under a knit shawl on an especially chilly day, the fog dampening her dark hair in coils against her skin. There's an electricity in the air, in the particles of fog. There's a storm coming, you're sure of it. Twilight comes earlier and earlier now, and you beg Tess to come inside and warm herself by the fire. Reluctantly, she agrees. As soon as she enters the residence, you sense a change in her. You retrieve a wool blanket from your bedroom and urge her to wrap it around her shoulders. Her slight frame is still quivering from the bone chill of the dense fog. You prepare a hearty stew and tear off hunks of good bread from the village baker. She protests, but you insist that she eats something to warm her from the inside. You light a cozy fire in the fireplace. Outside, a heavy rain descends upon the cliffs, shimmering in the occultations of the warning light. The oil lamps flicker, lending an exquisite tranquility to the scene. After supper, the storm continues to rage outside, but the tiny residence, which has survived 100 years or more in the shadow of the lighthouse, feels sturdy and protective against the elements. You're reminded of a long-forgotten storm from childhood, when you cowered in your bed against the breaking of thunder and flashes of lightning, a blanket over your head. That very night, a loving caregiver held you and assured you all would be all right. That in the morning, the sky would be light again, and the storm would be past. You describe the memory to Tess. You're not sure why, but you feel compelled to give her this window into your past as an offering, so she might let you into her past in return. Your words seem to cast a spell. Her face, so solemn, so infinitely forlorn from the moment you first beheld it in the old photographs, finally breaks into a smile. She's picturing you as a child, reaching out for the warmth of a protector. And you feel, in this moment, in the shining light of her smile, that you will become the very dearest of friends. You could so use a friend. The storm breaks, finally. Night has fallen, but the sky's clear. You and Tess step out onto the soggy grass and look out at the ocean, black and tempest-tossed in the suddenly cloudless skies. A silver moon waxes against a backdrop of stars and casts its fluttering reflection on the stormy sea, where it meets the reflection of the lighthouse light. You're mesmerized by the ocean's subtle disturbances, the push and pull between peace and agitation, stillness and motion on its surface. Wordlessly Tess departs, her feet quiet upon the spongy earth. You don't see her go, but you feel as though her silhouette remains on the cliffs long after she's left. You sleep deeply that night, your dreams a vision of wayward ships in heavy skies. Tess doesn't return soon after. You look for her on the cliffs as you wind the clockwork or polish the lens, but she doesn't come. You fear you became too vulnerable, offered too much of yourself during the storm, that you frightened away the possibility of a true friendship. You take another bike ride into town, ostensibly to pick up supplies at the market and say hello to your neighbors. You're hoping to see Tess, though. Make sure she's all right. You don't find her in the market, or at the post office, or the library. But she comes to the cliffs again, a week later. Your heart exhales when you see her. Somber as ever, dark and brooding as she gazes longingly at the tides. She's brought a picnic basket. You share lunch in the breezy grass on a mild afternoon. And now, perhaps emboldened by her return, you decide to ask her about the photographs, the ones now packed into a box, now gathering dust in your bedroom closet. There are dozens of images of her, you explain. They betray, perhaps, a preoccupation with her visage, the face that's hardly aged in these many years. Tess is silent for a long time, silence filled only by the calling of gulls and the crashing of tides. But you sense that something changes, softens in her. When she speaks again, she asks if you've yet been down to the beaches, the ones that lie below the limestone cliffs. You haven't. She leads you down a steep and treacherous path, one that's been concealed from your view till now. It's all you can do to keep from falling down the side of the cliff, but Tess navigates it with striking ease. As you cling to the crags of white limestone, the wind smooth against your skin, every few moments you have that sensation again of floating, weightless, in limitless space. You're grateful for the feeling of solidity when your feet at last meet solid ground. The beach below is more like a narrow strip of pebbles and rock betwixt cliff and sea. Judging by the waterline in the cliffside, this slice of land likely spends much of high tide underwater. You think of the storm a week ago, and you wonder how high the waves rose that night. Now, the waters are quite calm. A serene smile crosses Tess's lips. The sun emerges from behind clouds and warms the shore, glittering golden on the surface of the water. The light catches something out there in the waves at a distance, something dark and shining and organic. Tess holds a hand to her brow, shielding her eyes from the sun. She's looking straight at whatever's out there. You squint and try to make it out. The forms, for there are a few of them, seem to be drawing closer, leaping above and below the surface of the water. Soon, you recognize the shapes as the silhouettes of gray seals, playfully jumping in and out of the water. There are 3 of them as far as you can tell. They stop before they reach the narrow shore, but they're close enough to see them more clearly. Heads bobbing above the waves, they blink those big, watery eyes, observing you with curiosity. You've seen similar eyes before, haven't you? Dark, inquisitive, knowing eyes. Tess breaks the silence. She wonders if you've ever heard the legends or folk tales of the Selkies. Do they tell stories like that where you're from? At the word Selkie, your mind fills with many broken images, glittering tides, sad maidens, lovelorn husbands, seals resting on pebble beaches. Of course, you've heard the legends. They're told all over this part of the world, aren't they? The version you remember the clearest, and this you begin to detail to Tess as it comes back to you, was recited by the same beloved caregiver who carried you through that childhood storm. In it, a farmer waited by the sea for the seals to come ashore, where, according to legend, once a year, they'd shed their skins and take human form for one night. He saw one seal shed her skin and take the form of a beautiful woman, and he was struck at once with mad love. He stole her seal coat so she could not return to her true form, and he locked the coat away in a chest, never daring to remove the key from his person. The farmer married the seal woman, who pined still for the sea despite caring for her husband. And all the while, the chest containing her seal coat remained locked away. Until one day, the farmer forgot his key at home when he went to the fields. When he came back, he discovered the chest lying open and empty, and his wife gone, returned to the ocean. Tess's eyes fill with emotion as you recount the tale. She's heard such a version too, and many others. But she wonders, do you believe the legends? Or do you assume they're merely the fancy of old wives and fisher folk, conjuring up folklore to survive the bleakness of the fog, or explain away the mysteries of nature? A curious question, but you have to think about your answer. You've never really thought about it enough to believe or disbelieve the local tales. You were just a child when you first encountered them, accustomed to a world of wonder and magic and make-believe. If you really think about such legends, shape-shifting seal maidens, you have to dismiss them, surely. But you suppose there's a part of you that's always longed to believe in the magical, the mysterious, the unexplained. And living here at the edge of the world, you have no interest in assuming you know all of nature's secrets. But now you're beginning to see, in Tess's eyes, the same dark curiosity of the blinking seals out to sea. Her forlorn wanderings on the cliffside and wistful gazes at the open water. The leather chest in your closet, its missing key. Finally, she tells you everything. That she came ashore one night and shed her skin, eager to walk among humans for just one day. She climbed the steep path toward the top of the cliff and collapsed on the moonlit grass, unused to having human legs. The lighthouse keeper found her there, shivering and damp, and he brought her inside. He fed her, clothed her, and let her warm up by the fire. He was kind and lonely, so she decided to stay a little longer than a day. Within a month, they'd married. The lighthouse keeper had stolen down to the rocky beaches and retrieved her seal coat there, hiding it somewhere. She never knew where. They were married for many years. They never had children, but Tess looked over her husband's cousin's brood most days becoming a second mother to them. She thought of the sea often, and sometimes longed to dive right into the waters and swim away. She loved the island, her husband, her family, but there were times she felt disconnected, trapped, and she remembered the freedom of her seal days. As the years went by, though her face had more lines, Tess looked almost as youthful as she had on the day she shed her skin on the beach. But her husband, the lighthouse keeper, grew older. A lifetime of climbing the spiral stairs, maintaining the property, cleaning the lenses, and winding the clockwork had taken their toll. And one day he died. With him went the secret of Tess's lost coat and all hope of returning to the ocean. But you know the story didn't end there. For a new lighthouse keeper came to the island shortly after Tess's husband's death. And now you stand beside her on the shore, learning a secret no other living soul has heard. When she finishes speaking, your heart aches for Tess. In the short time you've known her, you've come to respect her and cherish her company. You couldn't have guessed at the source of her sadness or her endless longing. You want to show her something. She leads you back up the rocky trail to the lighthouse, grasping your hand tightly when you fear stumbling. You bring her to the closet and you dust off the heavy chest once more. Tess runs a hand across the Pictish swirls and spirals in the leather. Her breathing is shallow and her voice quivers. This must be it. The seal coat must be in here. But you haven't the key. A sense of anticlimax falls over you and your friend. Tess's freedom lies, presumably, just within reach, at the bottom of the box before you. But there's no way of getting inside. You tell her you've tried every key on the ring, and you've searched the likely places in the residence. She sighs that the key probably went with her husband to his grave. Perhaps he wore it round his neck when they buried him. Or maybe, all those years ago, he cast it into the ocean so she'd never be able to leave him. Feeling hope dwindle in the silence, you and Tess part ways for the afternoon. She goes back to the village, and you go back to work. Over the next few weeks, you become almost obsessed with finding the key. You search the nooks and crannies of your residence, the corners of the closets, under loose floorboards. You search the lighthouse itself as you work, between the gears. You come close to digging up the gardens outside, but it seems to be a lost cause. Tess visits every few days, bringing you fresh bread or books from the library. You can see in her eyes the lurking hope that one day she might come up to the cliffs to find you brandishing the key. You're sorry to disappoint her, but you don't speak about it much. Time goes by, and you settle naturally into your role. You master the duties of caring for the lighthouse, and you even take to planting native shrubs and plants around the residence, giving the whole place a more inviting atmosphere. The townspeople all know you by name now, and you are a welcome visitor at local businesses. But as the air grows colder and the year weakens toward winter, you find yourself withdrawing more and more into your private space, less inclined to hop onto your bicycle and ride into town. Tess visits less, too. Several heavy snows slow down any movement between places. One afternoon, as you polish the lens, fingers trembling in the unheated tower of the lighthouse, you see a dark silhouette trudging through the snow toward your home. The figure is wrapped so tightly in scarves and coats that you can't make out many details about them. You head down the iron stair to greet the visitor. It's the mail carrier. You usher him inside the living quarters, and he brushes flurries of snow from his coat as he steps across the threshold. He's brought you a letter from the mainland. It's only a greeting from a cousin who wants you to know of their plans to visit the Americas. Hardly anything so urgent that it needed to be carried through all this hideous weather. But the mail carrier also brings a verbal invitation to Christmas dinner at his parents' house. You assure him that won't be necessary. You'll have a perfectly fine feast on your own here. But the mail carrier insists that all the townsfolk have fought over who would coax you to dinner for the holiday, and that it's no imposition or inconvenience, but a genuine desire to see you and welcome you into their homes. You're touched by the sincere plea. You agree to join them for supper. Christmas comes a week later, and confident in the clear skies and melting snow, you ride your bicycle into town for the first time in over a month. You imagine you won't run into Tess, as all the townfolk are probably inside, decking their halls with evergreen and preparing supper for their families. But you find a pleasantly bustling market square upon your arrival. Cheerful people greeting each other, buying last-minute finishings for their feasts. You do meet Tess in the square, surrounded by her cousin's gaggle of young grandchildren who beg for sweets and gifts. It's a quick meeting, with a friendly hello and little more. You meet the couple who invited you at their home, and you present a bottle of port as a gift. A handful of cousins and their son, of course, are present. They fuss and fight over you, taking your coat, remarking about how long your hair has grown, and asking if you ever plan to get married. The evening is warm and pleasant, with drinks and games by the fire. the delighted shouts of children at the hearth, and at last, a modest but delicious dinner. You count yourself fortunate to live among such people who refuse to let you languish entirely alone at your post. After supper, you sit by the fire again, enjoying being regaled by one of the cousins with stories from the mainland. Suddenly, the wife from the post office lets out a little gasp, as though she's just remembered something incredibly important. She runs from the room without a word, leaving you and the bewildered family behind. When she returns, she's holding a small box. The contents rattle as she walks. It's not wrapped like a Christmas present. Rather, it's made of forged metal. A safe deposit box you recognize. The wife gives you the box with an air of significance. You give her a puzzled look. You haven't opened a safe deposit box on the island. It belonged to the former lighthouse keeper, she explains. You blink. Still, you wonder why on earth would it be given to you and not the widow? There were special instructions, she says, that it be given only to the next person to take up the posting. She's simply forgotten up until now. She'd lose her head if it wasn't screwed on. She gives you the key to the box. You don't open it. Not yet. Your head is spinning. Could it be that what you've been searching for all this time has fallen into your lap? The weather holds and you ride back to the lighthouse that night under a brilliant moon, wrapped in layers of warm clothing. Once home, you light a fire and brew some tea. You sit down and take a deep breath as you retrieve the safe deposit box and its key. You open the box. Inside is a surprising assortment of small objects, none of apparent value. You smirk that someone should take out a secure space for such innocuous things. A fossilized seashell with a pleasant weight in your hand. A brass ring, tarnished and discolored with age. A deck of cards. A faded yellow photograph of the lighthouse. And in the corner of the box, a small silver key. You hold the thing in your hands. You have no doubt. You think of Tess, probably having dinner with her family, of the icy foam on the seawater, of a warm, stormy night by the fire, of picnics on the cliffside, of staggering down the steep paths to the rocky beaches, of the truest friend you've made in many years, and the only person on this island with whom you feel truly comfortable and unguarded. What you would do to hold on to such a friendship. For the first time, you can understand the previous lighthouse keeper's impulse to hide the mechanism of her escape. You can understand why he tried to keep her here. You think about holding on to the key for a little while. Maybe Tess will realize she prefers living on land. Maybe she'll stay. But then you remember the longing in her eyes when she looks at the sea. You remember her sea-swept hair and stormy sadness. You think what a gift her freedom would be. And without another thought, you ride back to town. Tess accompanies you to the lighthouse under the milky moon. Much lies unspoken, but she knows what you possess. Together, you unearth the chest with the Pictish symbols. You let her turn the key in the lock. She has to force it, crackling through years of rust. You help her open the lid, which is tight from the expanding leather and years of sealing. A soft luminescence from inside the chest, a glow like moonlight on snow, and occultations on the ocean's surface. A folded, amorphous thing. Tess's eyes reflect the luminosity. She reaches inside. You feel a hand touch your cheek, leaving an imprint of warmth there. You seem to hold the afterimage of her, eyes shining and reaching into the chest. For a long time after she's gone, you don't see her go. She's just gone. When you finally have the courage to move, you follow footsteps in the melting snow over the cliff top. At the edge, you gaze out over the blackness of the ocean, and you think you see dark, organic shapes moving playfully, swiftly across the horizon. What must such a freedom taste like, you wonder? To have the whole ocean at your disposal and no obligations on the shore. You return to your residence, extinguish the fire, and retire to your bedroom, feeling a tingling warmth over your body. The skies remain clear. On your next visit to town, the village folk remark on the sudden lifting of the island's ever-present fog. There hasn't been even a slight mist since Christmas Day. You become one of the townsfolk. You visit frequently, learning every name, celebrating every birth, and welcoming every newcomer. You learn the peculiar local variations of folk legends, and you tell wild stories to all the town's children. They look forward to your visits and your exaggerated reports of magnificent sea creatures visiting your shores you consider running for mayor. Once a year, at low tide, a bob of seals arrive on the beaches below the cliffs. Sometimes they shed their skins and walk among you for a day, and then they return to the ocean. It rained overnight. You can still feel a palpable moisture in the air and a dampness in the earth. You recall waking briefly in the night, then being comforted back to sleep by the sound of rain whooshing outside your window, even a low rumble of thunder. The storm moved on well before sunrise, leaving hardly any cloud cover behind, and it allowed the early sun to stream effortlessly through your window, waking you gently and peacefully to the new day. Ordinarily, you would have slept in a little later, but today, you want to enjoy the early hours of morning. The lingering mist from last night's rain acts as a conduit for the fragrance of flowers as they graciously open their petals to the morning. It's an invigorating mixture of scents, both herbaceous and sweet. It's good to get away from the center of town. You're purposely renting a little cottage on the edge of the wood to avoid the bustling energy of Main Street. It's overrun with academics this week. They've come from all over the world for a long-awaited conference on the life and work of Emily Dickinson. You might take in one of the public lectures during the week if you're feeling up to it, but you haven't decided yet. For now, a walk in the woods is all you really want. A little time in the peace and quiet. A little time for contemplation. It may be an unanswered question for those scholars and enthusiasts of Dickinson and her peers. The question of why this part of the country seems to be a locus for literary and artistic creativity. But you believe a walk in this wood answers that question better than words can. As many times as you've traced their paths and wandered their meadows, these woods never cease to enchant you. It's as if there's something in the soil or the water that nourishes these trees, something that also sparks the keen imagination and sets the spirit of poetry alight. Dickinson, Robert Frost, it's on his trail that you now tread. And others too were born here or called here by some whispering muse. The great novelist Chinua Achebe came here to lecture for a time. The playwright Annie Baker was born here. And Holly Black, who wrote such engrossing fantasy novels for young readers, lives and writes here still. And so many others have flocked to this little town in western Massachusetts, seeking inspiration perhaps, or answering the muse's call. When you were young, you called these woods magic, because that was the best word you had for it. Now that you're older, you're not sure you'd use that word anymore. It makes it all seem too simple. You've seen more of the world, spent years away from home, learned, loved, and lost. Everything is more complex now. Still, it's comforting to come here, set your feet upon the soil once more, feel the crunch of the leaves beneath you, and the kiss of sunlight on your face. You can feel those childhood memories flooding back with every step, as though the trail is unfolding before your eyes, almost unchanged, as if your memories are informing its very existence. Is this what everyone experiences? Returning to a childhood place after a long time away, you wonder? You'd always heard that those hallmarks of youth, old houses, schools, and the like, seem smaller when you go back to visit. Maybe that's the case with man-made places. The woods, a place of wildness and minimal human interference, feels somehow more expansive, achingly familiar and yet less known than ever. There's a rustling overhead and a chorus of buzzing trills. You look up instinctively to see 24 or more pale yellow bellies, gold-tipped tails, a bevy of cedar waxwings flushed from their tree, flocking together to find a new place to rest and feast on berries. They cross your eyeline and settle together in a nearby dogwood tree. Here their colors are on display, from silky soft browns to blazing yellow, black masks across their faces, and bright red wax-like tips on their wings. Someone once told you the collective noun for these birds is a museum of waxwings. And they do look like something out of a painting. You allow yourself a long pause to observe and admire the playful birds before you continue on down the trail. The rain having passed and left behind only lingering traces of its presence, there's an ethereal, glowing quality to the morning light, a gilt pink shimmer that cascades over the tall trees and refracts through the tiny droplets of water still suspended in the air. The effect makes the woods seem to glitter, blush and peach and lemon and sage. You're grateful that today it should be so sunny and colorful, instead of gray and haunting like it often is after a storm. The path splits here, one way leading to a winding country road, as you recall. The other leads deeper into the wood and down a slope to a little basin where, if memory serves, you should soon encounter a rushing stream. You strain your ears, eager to detect the sound of trickling water, but it must be a little too far down. For a moment, you smile to yourself, observing the fork in the path and remembering that famous Robert Frost poem. Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, it began. You wonder when in his storied career the poet wrote those words. Had he moved here to Amherst yet? Was he looking upon some divergence in this very wood when the spark of creative genius fell upon him? Or was it some other wood, some forest entirely in his mind even? As you make your choice, following the path that leads down the slope into the thickening heart of the wood, you recall studying the poem once upon a time, Your teacher insisted then that the poem is frequently misinterpreted. The sentiment of taking the road less traveled by, they claimed, has been turned into a simple platitude about nonconformity. Take the road less traveled by, say the motivational posters. It'll make all the difference. When really, your teacher said, the poet is not celebrating his unconventional choices, but rather expressing a kind of prescient regret. I shall be telling this with a sigh, he says, as though he looks wistfully upon that choice years ago, which set in motion the rest of his life, and wonders what might have lay at the end of the road not taken. You wonder, briefly and absent-mindedly, what roads you've snubbed in your life that might have led to great things. You don't let the thought keep hold of you for long, though. As you turn down the trail, the overwhelming, sweet perfume of milkweed floods your senses and clears your mind. It's such a transportive fragrance, redolent of spring and summer evenings in Amherst, quiet Sundays with a book by the stream, counting the butterflies in the overgrown garden. And indeed, there are butterflies to be seen today, brilliantly colored monarchs floating lazily and feeding on the milkweed. You're simply bathed in the honey-sweet scent of the delicate pink and white flowers. It sets your heart aflutter like the butterflies that abound. Such a sweet and simple joy filling you up, so you seem to float a few inches off the ground. How long has it been since you felt this kind of innocent, unfiltered joy? And with the fragrance and the feeling, the years seem to fall away. The memories scented with milkweed come tumbling down the gentle slope of the trail and nearly knock you off your feet. These woods, these magic woods. As a child, you used to come here, to this very spot in the woods, and build fairy houses, using twigs and foliage from the forest floor to construct charming, rustic cottages, patches of moss to thatch the roofs, and smooth pebbles pulled from the stream to line the tiny garden paths. You created whole neighborhoods, whole communities for those winged creatures of your imagination. And as you built their fairy homes and fairy gardens, fairy libraries and fairy tea houses, you imagined stories about the little folk who lived there. You gave them names and brought them to life through songs and tales. Sometimes you did so alone, sometimes with friends who plunged full into the depths of your fairy tale imagination alongside you. You may not be Robert Frost or Emily Dickinson, but this place gave you a creative spark too. You haven't thought of those fairy houses in so long, so their return to your memory on the sweet-scented breeze awakens a sharp pang of nostalgia and emotion, a twinge at the bridge of your nose, and the corners of your eyes feel suddenly wet. Oh, how much can come back to us only at the suggestion of our senses. How much can float back on butterfly wings and the scent trail of milkweed? The gentle sounds of the breeze through the undergrowth, rustling up the leaves from the ground, bring you back to a place of peace and comfort. There's just a little chill in the air, enough to bring the daintiest of goosebumps to your skin. How long has it been? What if, you wonder? What if something is still there of those old fairy houses? Even a pebble or two still embedded in the soil from the long-set garden walkways you built for the fairies to dance down. Or a twiggy cottage standing still, overgrown with moss, perhaps now claimed by a deer mouse. You look to muscle memory, the hints of ages still carried in your body, your bones, to guide you to the place where you might find evidence of your childhood self. Your feet know the way, and your legs. Your arms know which limbs to hold aside. Off the trail, past milkweed bushes into the copse of trees. And just now, as you step beyond the river birch, your feet grow nimbler to avoid stepping on a sprinkling of tiny red toadstools in the grass. You almost laugh when you see them, for they look so precisely perfect, as though they were drawn there by the hand of Cicely Barker or Richard Doyle. Just the size you might have delighted at when you were young, as a perfect place for one of your fairies to perch and read, or a shelter under which to keep dry during a sudden spring rain. Your eye follows the trail of toadstools, dozens of them, straight ahead and scattered like seeds, until your gaze falls upon a wondrous sight. Where you had hoped to find only the meagerest proof of your having once visited this place, you find much more indeed. The crooked toadstool path leads not to stray pebbles and stranded cottages, but you can hardly believe it, yet there it is, a thriving, buzzing village of tiny glowing buildings and gardens, a network of little houses strung with lights like fireflies, no higher than your knee but sprawling to take up all the open space between the birch and elm trees. The buildings are roofed with moss and tree bark, and each one glows from within, as if in each a tiny fire is lit in a tiny fireplace. You crouch down, bringing your face closer to the wondrous little village so you can observe it in more detail. The largest building, tiny still but monumental among its neighbors, has tall, slender windows from which glow different colored lights. Turrets and archways make it appear almost like a fairy castle. But looking closer, even squinting to peer through the many windows, all you see inside are shelves of books lining every wall. A fairy library. And behind it, a magnificent tiny courtyard in which grow all sorts of minute flowers and ferns. A fairy labyrinth cut from tiny hedges spirals at the center of the courtyard. It's a glorious vision, and it so captivates you that your mind clears of any concern to make room for unvarnished delight. Who built this marvel? Did someone come along days or years after you last left these woods and find the ramshackle cottages you built so long ago? Did they too feel the spark of magic in this forest? Were they so enchanted by the fragrance of the milkweed and the soft flutter of monarch butterflies that they were moved to finish your work, and indeed build it into nothing short of a fairy metropolis? Who might that person be who would toil on fairy libraries and labyrinths in the heart of a New England forest? You'd quite like to meet such a soul at this time when you could really do with a friend. You're brought out of this line of thought by the sensation of a nearly imperceptible weight falling on your shoulder and the subtle feeling of breeze on your cheek. Thinking perhaps a monarch butterfly has landed on your shoulder and flapped its wings to fan your face, you turn your head slowly and slightly so as not to disturb the creature. But it's not a butterfly at all. And when you turn your head, you find yourself looking upon a tiny, pointy-featured face. Your eyes widen as you take it in. A little person is standing there upon your shoulder, clad in purple pantaloons and with auburn hair that sweeps upward and outward as though whipped by a wild wind. He has tiny ears that come to a point and smiling green eyes, green boots too, and a green belt around his waist. His cheeks are flushed with life, and his face wears a quizzical expression. He's no taller than your forefinger, you reckon, but most unusual of all are the wings. 2 shining wings that spring from his shoulders and flutter restlessly as he regards you, shimmering and delicate as gossamer. The little creature places his fists on his hips and squints back at you, then bends his knees and kicks off your shoulder into flight, his wings buzzing speedily like a hummingbird's. He floats out a few feet from your face, coming to look upon you at eye level. He's still eyeing you with the same curious intensity. Your face, you're sure, is slack-jawed and shock-stricken. This must be a dream, you think. You can't really be face to face with a real fairy. But the little winged one at last opens his mouth to speak, breaking your awestruck silence. His voice is surprisingly mellow and medium-pitched. Maybe you expected the sound of animated chipmunks, but instead it's warm and gentle. And to your further astonishment, the word that escapes his lips is your name, rising at the last syllable with the hint of a question. You take in a long breath, almost a slow gasp. How do you know my? You ask, trailing off as you see the fairy's pointed face split into a wide grin. We knew you'd come back, he cries. Took you longer than we'd hoped, though. And before you can respond to this, he's crying out in joy, calling across the fairy village, flying in wide circles and swooping down toward the buildings. Snowdrop, he cries, foxglove, bluebell, honeysuckle. On and on he calls the names of spring and summer and winter flora, holly and blackthorn and burdock and sloe. And with every name he calls, out comes a face and a pair of wings, flitting fairies all, each popping up from beds of flowers where they might have been napping, or sliding from underneath toadstools, or coming out from their cozy houses with eyes bright and faces rosy. Soon the glowing metropolis is abuzz with translucent wings, each catching the morning light and sparkling. The effect is like standing inside a snow globe, as flecks of white glitter float, suspended all around you. The fairy with purple threads and wind-whipped hair comes forward again, and with him come two others, a golden-haired fairy, barefoot in a simple white shift with an angelic face, and a childlike sprite in magenta tights. This one wears for a cap the tubular bloom of a foxglove. Snowdrop, at your service, says the golden-haired girl, bowing her head. Thistle, says the wind-whipped one with a gesture of humility. And foxglove, says the little one, a flash of mischief in his eyes. Delighted to be in your presence, says Thistle, who seems to be somewhat in charge. And we're here for absolutely anything and everything you need. You blink your eyes, dumbfounded, and survey the extraordinary vision before you. Really, truly, a score of fairies flutter before you, eyeing you with admiration and interest. Each of them distinct and beautiful in their myriad ways. One with a daffodil bonnet and butterfly's wings, another clad in a poppy red gown, one here in a skirt fringed with ragwort, one crowned with wild rose. It's no trick of the light, no detour of your imagination. You even pinch your arm to ensure it's no dream. But how can this be? And how is it they know your name? Finding your voice, you ask them this. How do they know you? Snowdrop blushes and hovers forward. If I may, she says, her voice demure and sweet as honey. We understand your surprise. You may never have seen us, but we have seen you. This does little to clear up your confusion. Thistle jumps in to add context to Snowdrop's remarks. As he tells their story, the pieces begin to fall into place. He explains that they were once a wayward troop of fairies, left without a home when their original forest was cut down. They wandered for many days and nights, searching for a safe haven in which to settle down. But no place they came upon seemed hospitable for a colony of lost fairies. Until one day, they came to this wood and they saw to their surprise a young person gathering flowers and twigs from the forest floor, pebbles from the stream. They watched this little one tie together blades of sweetgrass and thatch roofs with moss, all the while singing songs of the fairies who might one day live in these abodes. Some days, the child came alone, and some days with others, building beautiful if rustic homes for imagined pixies. The fairies lay in wait each day while the child worked on their fairy village, always out of sight. And then, at sundown, they'd storm the meadow, tuck themselves into the tiny homes for safety, and furnish their new living spaces with the gifts of nature. They loved the child who built homes for creatures of myth, never knowing that each night a fairy could sleep soundly for those efforts. But soon the child's visits to the wood grew fewer and farther between, and then they ceased altogether, for many years in fact. In the absence of their benefactor, the fairies set to maintaining and improving their own homes, always hoping that one day the child would return and they could at last give thanks. The story winds its way to your ears, fragranced by milkweed and memory, and it warms you from the inside out. You can see that younger version of yourself kneeling here on the forest floor, building ramshackle structures of woodsy debris, sometimes alone, but never lonely. Your memory twists and expands to fill in the gaps between the trees with fluttering figures, light glimmering through fine, wispy wings. How can it be that they were always there and you never noticed? But you did notice, somewhere deep within you, even if you never saw a fairy before this day. You always knew the woods were magic. Now there's proof of it before you. But that's the thing about magic, you suppose. Proof isn't really the point. You're speechless yet again as Thistle concludes his tale. The fairies seem to sense that you're overwhelmed with surprise and emotion, and their faces mark empathy toward you. "Can we get you anything?" Snowdrop asks. "A cup of tea to calm your nerves?" You stifle an involuntary laugh at the notion. You've imagined a fairy-sized teacup balancing on your pinky finger. "Come," she says, hovering closer to you and holding out a tiny hand. "A touch of my hand, and you can walk with us for as long as you like." You angle your head, curious, but Snowdrop's smile is innocent and kind, her outstretched hand inviting. You hold your hand out, and she gently places her palm on your index finger. At her touch, you feel a cool sensation wash over you from head to toe, a bright kind of tingling. As your gaze fixes on Snowdrop's face, your periphery shifts and folds. The trees, the forest, and the sky are all expanding, growing taller and wider and more imposing before your eyes. No, that's not it. Of course not. The forest isn't growing. You are shrinking down to the size of a fairy. Snowdrop grasps your hand tightly. You don't have wings after all, and floats gingerly down to the ground at your side. The rest of the fairies drift down to your level at their own pace. Thistle and Foxglove come over to join you. There's laughter in their eyes as they watch you, gleefully taking in the fairy city from ground level. Oh, that magnificent library at the center of town. The sweet little cottages and gardens. Here, a tiny tea shop set in what looks like an old beehive. A cobbler's workshop and a bakery from which the scents of rich, buttery cakes emanate. Come on, have a cup of tea, says Foxglove, his voice cheery and childish. I want some biscuits anyhow. The 3 fairies escort you to the tea shop. Over its door hangs a garland of lavender and chamomile flowers. Such a lovely, relaxing scent washes over you as you pass through. Inside, the walls are waxy honeycomb, each cell fitted with a drawer labeled with the names of herbs and tea plants. You're welcome to anything you like, the fairies insist. They can even blend any number of teas together to suit your mood. You peruse the drawers, selecting orange blossom, St. John's wort, rose petals, and ginger for your tea. You take a seat in a soft, cozy armchair. It's just the right size, and the fairies fuss over you. They bring you your tea and sprinkle it, of course, with sparkling fairy dust before you take your first sip. It smells spicy, sweet, and floral all at once, and it tastes of lazy morning strolls in the garden. You share a plate of macarons with Foxglove, each a different pastel color and flavored with sweet flowers and herbs. As lovely as the tea room is, you're eager to see more of the fairy city. So your escorts, the gallant Thistle, gentle Snowdrop, and prankish Foxglove, accompany you to the library gardens you saw from overhead. At this level, the flowers and bushes seem remarkably tall and effortlessly abundant. There's an organic romance to the planting. Instead of neatly ordered rows, the fairy-sized wildflowers and shrubs overlap and entwine with one another, appearing at once keenly placed and wildly overgrown. The mouth of the labyrinth gapes and beckons you within, but you leap lightly past it, saving its call for another day. All about the paths and lanes, fairies flit and hover in their business. There are fairy parents in the park, helping their little children with budding wings to fly for the first time. A whole, lovely fairy community flourishing here because of you. The hours slip away as you explore the fairy city. you visit the tailor who fits you with new clothes spun of fine fey silk and flower petals. You taste mead made from the forest honey. You stroll through a gallery of shimmering artworks, iridescent paintings of birds and woodland wildlife by a local fairy artist. Your escorts press their fingers to their lips as you pass by a charming cottage. Best be quiet as you walk by. It's nap time at the fairy nursery. As the sunlight grows ambery gold and the afternoon comes on, Thistle calls for a feast to be prepared in your honor. You protest, but the fairies are already flurrying to work. And later, under the slouching sunset, a table long enough for a whole village is set within the courtyard of the library. Fairy lights are strung overhead, and flowers adorn the table's surface at intervals. A feast, indeed, is laid there, complete with ripe berries and puddings, buttery cakes, and splendid pies. Carafes of lavender nectar and honey wine for each section of the table. A seat at the head is decked with lily of the valley and cowslips. This is your seat, of course, as the guest of honor. You feast among the fairies, drinking deep of the sweet nectar and indulging in sweet and savory delicacies. When you've taken in your full, you relax into your chair, contented and calm, as a fairy band plays music in the garden. A harp, a flute, and a fiddle, playing rustic songs that remind you of Celtic folk music. It sets the heart and limbs to dancing, you find. Before long, you lose yourself in the joy of the dance. You spare a thought for some imaginary wanderer in the woods at night, what music he might hear floating from between the trees, what lights he might see dancing in the breeze. Fairy lights bobbing and swaying above, music lilting on the evening breeze, wildflower perfume wafting through the air, and best of all, good company. Your troubles simply cannot find you here, feasting and dancing among the fairies on the forest floor. What sorrow could breach these festivities, rip through the revelry? Joy alone abides here, nothing more. You'll stay the night, the fairies plead, as long as you like, anywhere you like, in whatever cottage or bungalow you desire. And how could you refuse? Never have you known a place of such harmonic peace. The plates are cleared, and the band winds down, so the dancers disperse and head to their homes for the night. Thistle, Snowdrop, and Foxglove are there to guide you to a place to sleep. Your bones could certainly use the rest after such a day. But as you climb the stony walkway to a row of fairy abodes, you turn your eyes toward a patch of sky between the leafy branches above. A full moon, silver and bright, shines down on the village through a mask of clouds. Thick, dark clouds, heavy with moisture, and the first raindrop falls. The fairy city is built to withstand more than a little rain, but the single drop splashes over the city like a deluge, dousing you and your friends entirely. Foxglove is overcome with giggles. Off in the depth of the trees, you can hear a few more raindrops. Thistle tries to usher you inside. Don't want to get drenched, do you? But you look to Snowdrop, knowing what you must do. Her eyes grow tender and sad, yet understanding. Can you reverse it? You ask, sorrowfully. Of course, she says. Foxglove's eyes fill with tears. He runs to you like an over-eager puppy and throws his arms around your legs. Thistle sighs and bows his head. Come, Snowdrop says, her voice like sugar, cool and sweet. She walks with you to the edge of the village. You can hear Thistle comforting a distraught Foxglove behind you. He'll be all right, Snowdrop insists. And besides, you'll be back someday, won't you? Hardly knowing if you're telling the truth, you ensure the fairy that you will. When you reach the end of the pebble path, Snowdrop says, "Before you go, a gift." And she retrieves a little pouch from the pockets of her shift. You take it and inspect it with curiosity. The pouch is seemingly weightless, as if there were not only nothing inside, but as if the pouch itself were made of an impossibly light substance. What is it? You ask. But Snowdrop only winks and holds out her hand. You store the pouch in your pocket. Ready? She says. Ready, you respond. When your hands touch, the cool, tingling sensation comes over you again. And rapidly, the fairy city begins to shrink before you. The trees contract down to their regular size. Snowdrop slides swiftly out of your reach. You inspect your hands, and the trees, and the wood. You look back at the fairy village. Snowdrop is gone, it seems, rushed indoors. And the other fairies too, hurrying inside to escape the rain. A few windows still faintly glow. The raindrops gather speed and density, falling now closer together and with more force. You almost curse yourself for not bringing an umbrella, but then you remember that you left the house early this morning when the skies were clear and there was no rain in the forecast for hours. So the only thing for it is to run. You dash through the river birch, crash through the milkweed, and climb the gentle slope to the fork in the trail. On down the gravel path you hurry, rain falling steadily upon you. In the dim, cloudy moonlight, sprinting through cool rain, you can't help but laugh. It's a deep, irresistible laughter that bubbles up from the belly and into your throat. It's exhilarating and unrefined, sheer, uninhibited joy. By the time you reach the cottage at the edge of the wood, you're soaked to the bone and exhausted from laughter. You hurry inside and fall in a giggling heap on the couch. Soon, the laughter subsides into a full-bodied sigh, an exhale on which escapes years of contained emotion. Your pulse slows down to a tranquil, steady rate. Your breathing returns to normal. You change into flannel pajamas and light a fire, welcoming the dryness and the warmth. It's all you can do to keep from falling asleep there on the couch, cheeks flushed with the fire blazing. But there's something you want to do before you fall asleep. You retrieve the pouch from your pocket, the pocket of the clothing made for you by the fairy tailor. Loosen the purse string and peer inside. Something sparkles there, a fine and shimmering powder, like colorful snow or pearly glitter. Curious. Soon after, you climb into bed, weary and wonder-struck from the day's events. You pull the covers tight and snuggle up to your pillow, listening with soft focus to the sound of rain plummeting down outside the window. A purse full of fairy dust, you think, as a sleepy smile creeps across your lips. Will it allow you to fly, you think, or give you some gift, some spark of the creativity all those famous people found in these woods? Or simply a spark of that raw, impulsive joy you felt tonight? There's plenty of time to figure that all out, though. Plenty of time. Your eyes float closed, and it's not long before the sound of rain lulls you sweetly into a deep sleep. In your dreams, a yellow wood with roads divergent. Hope, a thing with feathers, perching in the soul. A quilt of snowdrops in the wood, dew collecting on the blossoms. Cherries in the moonlight. Butterfly wings and milkweed sweetness. Memories of distant times, not happier than now, just younger. There is happiness still, now and in the future. It's all right. Ever since you were a child, you dreamt of dragons. breath of fire that singes cities, leather wings that beat with the sound of thunder, golden eyes and crimson scales. You've never seen one. They're exceedingly rare, rumored extinct, and yet you are compelled by the idea of dragons. To you, they seem the very quintessence of liberation, with power and might to spare, and wings that might bear them to distant lands, far from sorrow and obligation. Eyes to the evening sky, each night since childhood, you've strained to see those wings in flight, a stream of flame across the clouds. The village boys and girls always say the dragons died out long ago. It's foolish to keep believing in them, but you can't help it. Something keeps them on the wind of your dreams, even as you come of age. Secretly, you've always held the belief in some unspoken, dimly lit corner of your mind that dragons are somehow part of you. It's hard to explain. Like a symbolic guide or an emblem of your deepest inner nature. You'd never say so aloud. How silly and presumptuous to liken yourself to a beast of such awesome power. But a year ago, everything changed. As you were cleaning the stables, like you do each day, your parents brought you into the cottage to tell you something important. Something they wish they could have told you a long time ago. You can still recall the uneasy expressions on their faces as they tried to find the words. Even now, you hardly believe what they told you. For starters, they were not your real parents. Though they'd raised you from infancy, fed and clothed you, and ensured you received an education, you were, in fact, the child of a prominent family. A very prominent family, in fact. You were the sole offspring and heir to the old royal line of this kingdom. A child of the king, the former king, beloved by all the subjects of the kingdom until his death many years ago. It was too outrageous to believe at first. You've only ever been a farmer's child, tending to stables, milking the cows, feeding the chickens. The thought that you were, in fact, the exiled scion of a line of great kings and queens was preposterous. But somewhere in that same secret place where live your dreams of dragons, you've always felt you had some greater destiny, some fate beyond the farm, the stables, the chicken coop. You always believed you were meant to do bigger things, to spread your wings, so to speak. Your parents told you this on your last birthday, precisely 1 year before you would officially come of age. They told you then to prepare you, because the moment you came of age, you would be eligible to take the throne of the kingdom. But to do so, you would need to summon great strength and courage. For a usurper now rules the kingdom as regent, and he would not easily be deposed. You would need to train your body and mind for such a confrontation, if indeed you should choose to undertake it. Your parents, your adoptive parents who've loved and cared for you all these years, with tears in their eyes, insisted that it was your choice. They were sorry for keeping the truth from you for so long. They only wished to protect you. Whatever you choose to do with this new knowledge, they will support you and love you still as their own. There is just one problem. On the same day your parents revealed your true identity, they also shared the greatest obstacle to your ascension. You see, when you were born, the king had made for you a ring. It was no mere piece of pretty jewelry, but a symbol of your house, cast in gold and pressed with the royal seal. This was tradition for all those born to inherit the throne of the kingdom. The ring was physical proof of your right to rule. So where is the ring now? You inquired. With it, you could march into the capital city, stand before the king regent, and demand he step down in favor of the rightful heir. But that's just the thing, your parents say. In the commotion to remove you from the castle on the night of the coup, your ring was lost. The story goes that it was stolen by the fearsome dragon who lives in a cave beneath the western mountains, guarding a hoard of treasure. At this, your heart leapt. Never had you heard your parents or anyone in the village speak of dragons with such currency. It was a foregone conclusion to most that the dragons had all disappeared from the known world. But you could hear the ring of truth in this story. You believed it with all your might, and it incensed your heart, the injustice of it. From that moment, you vowed to spend the next year training to confront the dragon, so that when you came of age, you could recover the lost signet and claim your birthright. Now, as your birthday nears once more, you feel an entirely different person than you were before you learned the truth. You are a different person. You went from believing that as you came of age, you'd work toward inheriting your parents' farm. And that thought was satisfying enough. Now you may stand on the precipice of inheriting the keys to the entire kingdom, and you wonder whether you really have the ambition for it. You've worked hard to prepare both physically and mentally for the challenges ahead, knowing that if the legendary dragons are any guide, they're more than formidable foes for the mind as well as the body. They're always ready for a battle of wits. You sharpened yours like an axe upon a whetstone, just as you've trained in agility and swordsmanship. On the eve of your birthday, you go to your parents and ask their blessing to leave the farm, to pursue the dragon, recover your lost ring, and begin your quest to reclaim the throne. With tears in their eyes, they grant that blessing, though not before cooking you a scrumptious meal and showering you with love. As dawn breaks over the village in the valley, you rise with the sun and don your modest light armor. You carry a sword of rustic make by the local blacksmith who agreed to work for a reduced fee in a scabbard at your hip. Just knowing it's there makes you feel taller, stronger. But your belly fills with butterflies at the thought of leaving home and taking on such a massive obstacle alone. Just as the sky grows rosy and vermilion in the burgeoning sunrise, and the morning mist kisses your cheeks like dew upon the grass, you take the first solitary steps toward your fate. The road to the western mountains where the dragon guards his gold is long. 3 days' ride on horseback, but you've never been much of a rider, and the workhorses from the farm are not meant for traveling long distances and over mountains. So you set off on foot, carrying only the lightest of rations and a pack of simple supplies. The sword is the heaviest thing you bear, and at times you can feel it weighing you down when you'd otherwise move swiftly. But the slow pace, if nothing else, allows you time for contemplation, meditation, and concentration. There's unease, of course. Anyone walking away from home with the intent of facing down a dragon would feel uneasy. But there's also something else, harder to explain. A feeling of calm inevitability and a shining confidence that you are being drawn along a golden string, a quivering cord of destiny. Every step brings you closer to your fate, and there's something exciting about it. The road winds through some tiny villages where you're grateful to stop for the night, take in some hot food, and sleep in a warm bed in a tavern. Remembering your parents' advice about keeping your identity close to your chest, you're careful to hide the sword in your pack whenever you pass through populated areas, and you avoid too many questions about the nature of your travel. But as you draw closer to the mountains, you listen thoughtfully to the tavern gossip, hoping to hear some whisper about the beast's whereabouts or weaknesses, some morsel of discourse about the king regent. You pick up few conversations of consequence. Other nights you camp under the stars, lulled to sleep by the sound of crickets chirping and night owls through the trees. Dragons drift listlessly through your dreams, sometimes made of stars, and sometimes fire or water. One night you dream you can see through the eyes of a dragon, and as you soar over lakes and snow-capped mountains, you relish the unbridled freedom before you. Your shadow skims the countryside below, so large as to block out the sun and bring night over cities. It's 5 days' travel, after all, to the foothills of the western mountains. Mist shrouds the peaks, and an uncanny silence lends a haunting quality to the atmosphere. Your footsteps on the gravel are the only disturbance in the quiet. The highest summit in the range is that of Mount Arden, which now all but disappears in the descending fog. You're certain that it's here, beneath this skyward mass, that your dragon keeps its quarry. Here you must prove your mettle. To reach the base of Mount Arden, you must weave carefully through narrow crevasses and rocky pathways. Finding your footing on the ever-changing incline is a challenge in itself, but each time your heart begins to doubt whether you've chosen the correct route, your eyes fall upon a cairn, a pile of stones placed precisely and unmistakably by human hands. Whether they're trail markers left behind by other would-be dragon slayers, or tributes to the beast beneath the mountain, you cannot say, but they comfort you nonetheless. At the very least, they are evidence of another soul who passed this way and chose to memorialize that passage. It makes you feel less alone, as though that unknown wanderer walks beside you. All the while your thoughts turn over and over the possibilities that await you. You reflect on the person you were just over a year ago, the modest ambitions you had, the responsibilities that seemed so sacred to you once and now feel small. Though your dreams have grown dragon's wings, reaching for the grand, sweeping adventure before you, you can't help but ache, just a little, for mornings on the farm. A day of hard work, followed by good home-cooked food and a quiet evening. The company of friends, all in the blush of youth and irreverence. It's such a strange tension, such an unexpected twinge of homesickness. For never before have you held your simple life in any high regard. But the promise of palaces. Once again, your heart soars. You've never dared to dream of such a life. What delights must wait behind closed doors, held only for the elite court? Weren't you born into greatness, only to be spirited away to escape a rebellion? Isn't it the life you deserve? Is it the life you want? You stumble over the rocks and into the shadow of the afternoon. The day is getting away from you. This final leg of the journey is longer and more meandering than you expected. It's as though the lackadaisical pattern of your musings is reflected in the twists and turns of the path. But soon your thoughts are stopped, as before you yawns the mouth of a great and gloomy cave. It's just as you imagined, just as it should look in a storybook. A shiver runs over you. But it's not quite fear you're feeling, so much as a frisson of anticipation. Therein lies your fate, should you choose to meet it. You always have a choice. For a moment you consider turning back, following the cairns out of the foothills, resting for the night in one of those friendly taverns, and returning to your village to live your life as a farmer. Your parents would be happy to see you safe, and you'd be no worse off. Or perhaps you'd keep walking down the road, find a place to live in the capital, build yourself a whole new life. Perhaps even reveal yourself when the time feels right, ring or no ring. Or forget everything. You've got enough survival skills to live in the woods. Maybe you'll become a hermit or a mad prophet, doling out advice and prophecies to travelers who stumble through your forests. But no, you think, if you refuse to answer this call now, then all your life you'd wonder what would have happened if you earned your crown, faced your dragon. There's the shiver again. At the heart of all this, you realize, is a burning desire so long kept under wraps to see a dragon. It's all you've ever wanted. Not thrones or power or wealth. Magic. Proof that there is still some magic in this world with wings. And it's with that thought that you step across the threshold of the cave, feeling the instant drop in temperature and the air's moisture rise. It's with this little fire in the pit of your belly that you retrieve a torch and tinderbox from your pack, lighting your way down the dark passage of the cave, cutting through your indecision with fire. You move carefully through the darkness, your torch rising and falling with your step, throwing its amber light across the walls and floors of the cave. It's as though you reflect the dexterity-challenging path through the foothills to the base of the mountains was trying to prepare you for the tests you'd face here, absent the sun's light. You keep your breathing steady, your feet agile, ready for sudden unevenness in the ground or unseen obstacles. The torchlight flickers with an intimate radius. Beyond it, the unknown. Your mind searches for patterns, resets when the unseen becomes visible. The slow, deliberate nature of the journey lulls your mind into a contented calm. There's an almost imperceptible decline in the floor. You descend, step by step, lower and lower, little by little. Your footsteps on the damp stones echo across the cavernous walls, deeper and deeper down. You might have walked a mile or more, or perhaps descended only a few fathoms. As the resonant silence envelops you, it's hard to tell time or distance. But at last, there's another change in the atmosphere. The moisture in the air thins, stretches out. There's an earthy scent listing on the air that wasn't there before. Even without seeing it yet, you can sense that the close walls of the cave are becoming more spacious, opening up into a vast cavern. Now the reservoir of your torchlight falls on something other than slate gray stone. Limestone stalagmites materialize before you like great accumulations of melted wax. Stalactites cling to the ceilings. Water drips in hollow, musical tones, like tiny mallets striking tiny bells. And there's another texture, too, in the cavern. The torch casts its amber light on crimson scales, blackened and armorial. Slow, unconscious breath and heaving motion. Your eyes begin to adjust to the darkness in the immense cavern, revealing more and more of the beast, as though your light is growing in size and throw. Oh, and a magnificent beast it is, all covered with those black and crimson scales like terracotta, leathery wings folded by its side. Its eyes are closed, and its nostrils flare as it breathes heavily, sound asleep. Twisted ivory horns extend from its head as if wind-swept. Your heart swells and your breath catches. The sheer size of the thing is enough to make you lightheaded, but you can't help but find it beautiful, rapturously so. Curled and coiled, vast as the chamber is, the creature hardly fits within such confines. Why? Oh, why would this majestic animal choose such tight quarters for a lair when it could have the world, the skies, the sea, all of it? This place is fit for hoarding treasure, but not for living. But scanning the floor beneath the dragon's mammoth figure, searching with your light for the faintest glimmer of gold, you fail to find any trace of treasure. Curious. And now, tracing your way along its length with 1,000 questions rising to your mind, you see something you hadn't noticed before. There around the beast's neck, and yes, on its forelegs and hind legs too, you see, are thick iron rings connected to thick iron chains. A feeling like pity rushes over you, sorrow like water, to see such power and freedom chained up, stifled. Who would, or even could, subdue a dragon so? The weight of the sword at your hip brings you back to yourself. Perhaps now is the best chance you've got to defeat the dragon. Strike while it sleeps, then find your signet, which must be here somewhere among the dragon's things, perhaps within its very grasp. Then, signet or no, you could march into the capital with proof of a slain dragon and be lauded as a hero by the subjects of the kingdom. Summoning as much courage as you can muster, you unsheath the sword and step into an advantageous position. You take a deep breath and prepare to strike. But your mind cannot let go of the question: who would chain up a dragon within a mountain, and why? Despite your body's readiness to go ahead with the task, your thoughts will not allow you to bring down the sword. After a few moments and a battle between head and heart, you relax your shoulders and allow the sword to fall at your side. At this very moment, perhaps caused by the slashing of the sword through empty air, a ripple of wind, or the subtlest of sounds, an eyelid lifts. The breathing quickens, and soon the chamber is all alive with coiling and uncoiling movement. Your torch seems to brighten to behold it all, as the dragon, awake and inquisitive, unfurls to its full height, gaze intent and fixed on you, small and trembling in its wake. You've gone and woken the dragon, and now your fate must be faced. Your first instinct, though it might seem foolish, is to kneel. You drop to a knee and avert your gaze from the creature. Then you speak, as you imagine princes or princesses from your storybooks might, infusing your voice with a noble purpose. You state your name, your house, and your intention. For you are heir to the throne of the kingdom, here to recover your birthright and that which was stolen from you. When there is no response, neither growl nor fire, you dare to lift your head. The dragon, gathered up still like a great mountain itself, is looking down at you with an expression of unmistakable curiosity. You hadn't known dragons were capable of such expressiveness, but there it is. There's something so human about it. You try to hold your ground and not flinch as the beast retracts its great neck, lowering back down onto its forelegs and bringing its face as close to your level as possible. Its head might be the size of the stable house on the farm back home. You feel so minute, so unthreatening, your sword a mere strand of straw against the dragon's might. But nothing can prepare you for what comes next. The dragon opens its mouth to speak, and the voice, though it sounds as if it hasn't been used in a century, is clear and distinctly feminine. "What is it you believe I've stolen?" she asks. At first, you're too stunned to respond. You can feel her breath warm on your face and limbs. Observing your shock, she withdraws, curling herself up again, though still watching you expectantly. The chains clink and clatter in her wake. "I can't very well hand it over if you don't tell me what it is you're looking for." You find your voice again, though now it sounds weak, distant. "A ring," you say, clearing your throat. "A signet, the symbol of my house and my rightful claim to the throne." "Can't say I've seen it," she responds with an air of nonchalance. "So I suppose you'll be on your way." "But," you stammer, "it must be here. It was stolen when the old king was put down. You must have it." "I haven't much," she retorts, angling her head in a gesture toward the emptiness of the cavern. The chains drag along the floor as she shifts. There's so little slack. She can't move very far at all, you see. You should press her about the ring, but you can't get your mind off it. "Who did this to you?" you ask, pointing to the chains. She releases something like a sigh and slouches. "I don't know," she says. "All I know is that someone sends a goat or a sheep in here every so often so I don't starve. I never see anyone. For all I know, it might be you who did this to me." Have you never left this cave?" you ask. The sadness in her eyes tells you everything you need to know. You feel immense tenderness and pity toward the creature. Thoughtfully, deliberately, you lay your sword down upon the floor of the cavern. You ask the dragon if she has a name. She does, but it's one she's chosen for herself, so she's not even sure if it is a name or only a sound she remembered from long ago, before she was imprisoned here. Night is her name. You like it. She begins to warm to you, and you to her. You learn of Night's long imprisonment and the few happy memories she has of freedom. When she hatched, she was kept by kindly humans, and from them she learned the art of speech, though she's had no occasion to practice it with anyone listening. She spent all this time telling herself stories. They're her only escape from the darkness. I was supposed to have a different life, she says. You feel a pang of sympathy. You too were robbed of the life you were meant to have. Though there's love and fondness in the one you ended up with, that you can't forget. You tell Night your story, your humble upbringing, and the shocking revelation of your true parentage. She listens patiently, seeming to hang on your every word, delighted for any company outside the stalactites. How you could ever have feared her, you don't know. Why anyone would want to imprison her is an even bigger mystery. If you could see yourself now, you think, the child who dreamt of dragons now conversing with one like an old friend. There's a warmth and a kinship kindled between you and Night already. A bond that feels to you stronger than any you formed with your peers in the village. It's as if the two of you were bound on this path toward each other, as if it was she, and not some figment of fairy tale imagination, who visited you in all those dreams. As if you saw through her eyes in your sleepy soaring across the sky. This ring, she asks, what did it look like? All I know is it bore the seal of my family, you say. But I never even knew them. I'm sure they were good people, says Night. Her voice is disarmingly gentle. How could anyone see dragons as monstrous, you wonder? In your eyes, they're miraculous. The conversation turns to the future, the possibility of your reign. Night jokes that she could simply give you one of her teeth and let you carry it into court. A stunt like that would make all the barons swear fealty to you in an instant. You'd be known as the Dragon Slayer in all the history books. You confess it's not a title you've ever craved. Do you really wish to rule? She asks, cutting to the core of your ever-questioning heart. You've struggled so far to come up with an answer to this. I don't know, you respond. I've only ever been responsible for myself, a few farm animals. I think I know right from wrong, but I've never had to decide it for an entire kingdom. Night receives this and looks pensive. Really, so wonderfully expressive dragons are. Can't you break out of those, you ask, gesturing to her chains, which still preoccupy your mind? Burn them to ash, or simply break them with your brute strength. Alas, Night responds, no breath of fire have I, after all this time in the cold and damp. Only thick skin, though it grows brittle, sharp claws, though they are overgrown, and wings, though they've been folded and weakened for many a year. I wish I could break your chains with my sword, you say. I'd set you free in an instant, only so you could see the world. It's a pity to chain up someone with wings. It's a pity to chain up anyone. In Night's eyes, you see something almost inscrutable, a kind of disbelief mixed with warm-hearted gratitude. You doubt she's ever heard a word of sympathy for her plight. I think you'd make a good ruler, she says. You feel yourself blush. Then Night, the mighty if weakened dragon, unfurls herself, chains scraping against the floor of the cave. I kept something from you, she said, but only because I've kept it secret for so long and didn't know if I could trust you. In unfurling, she brings round her strong, spiked tail to the front of the cavern, where it falls right into the spill of your torchlight. There, sparkling at the end of it, hanging loosely on one of the ivory spikes, is a speck of gold. Go on, she says. Take it. You reach out, hardly believing it, and carefully remove the gold ring from the spike. It's heavier than it looks, solid gold and finely cast. It glimmers in the firelight. Set on its bezel is a raised image delicately engraved. You have to squint to make out the minuscule details. A coat of arms, a shield in which stands a dragon, wings spread, a crown upon its head. Is it really? You ask. Night explains that she hatched on the same day the old king's heir was born. She's younger than she looks. The ruling family, whose symbol was the regal dragon, intended to raise her as a companion to the heir. Their fates were intertwined, and their lives should grow side by side. But it wasn't meant to be, it seems, for the old king was displaced by a rebellion. Night was captured by the invaders and chained up within a mountain, and the heir was lost, until now she'd thought forever. But it turns out the king's child was only spirited away until the day they might return and reclaim the throne. Luckily, Night held on to the signet, wishing one day that her valiant friend would come looking for it. All those years, you spent believing dragons were only fairy tales. Here a dragon believed the same thing about you. Your heart aches for the lost time, but it soars with gratitude at having reunited with a friend you didn't know you were missing. Your eyes sparkle with tears. You thank the dragon for telling you the truth and for keeping the signet all this time. You ask her what she remembers of your birth parents. All she says is they were kind. She was young then too. She never knew much of court or kingcraft. But why then, you wonder, did the rebellious forces imprison her so? Why do they still send food into the cave? And why not raise her up to serve the king regent? Night knows the answer to the last question. By the time of the coup, she was already fiercely bonded to you. Nothing can break the bonds of fate, she insists. Not between hatchlings. You smile, thinking of Night now as your sister, scales and wings and all. But, she supposes, the king regent must believe that if you were still alive somewhere, someday you'd come looking for your lost ring. And if he kept me alive, she muses aloud, he must have hoped we'd finish each other off in some final confrontation. He always underestimated us both. He didn't know you'd show kindness to a lonely dragon. You try the ring on, finger by finger. It doesn't fit quite perfectly anywhere, but that doesn't matter. What now, you wonder? Amusingly, you imagine moving into the cave with Night, hunting food for her, sharing your lives as the companions you were meant to be. You'll go to court, she says, and you'll be great. Her golden eyes are smiling. I've done my part. We've been separated before, you say. I don't think I can do it without you. Then a thought occurs to you, an outlandish, far-fetched thought which blooms madly and swiftly into a fantasy. Night, you say. You say you haven't got any strength or fire left, but have you actually tried? She cocks her head at an angle, and for a moment you're reminded of one of the dogs on the farm. It's rather endearing. But she understands. You're here now. Together, your resolve is so much stronger. There is so much more to fight for. Night gestures with her head for you to climb aboard her back. At first, you step back in surprise, but she insists. Carefully, using her tough scales to maintain your footing, you climb the magnificent dragon and rest at the nape of her neck. You leave your torch behind on the floor of the cave, where it flickers and crackles still. I believe in you, you whisper, so quietly you're not sure Night can hear you. You're not sure if you even want her to hear you, but it must be said. You feel her muscles tense as she strains to break the shackles about her legs and neck. You hear the iron groan against her power, resisting but yielding ever so slightly. Night catches her breath and tries again, straining harder. It's no use, she says. They're too tough. I can't break them. Just breathe, you want to say. But you find you don't need to say it. For at the moment you think it, you feel a soft, harmonic pull, like the tensing of the atmosphere into a taut string, a golden thread connecting your mind and the dragon's. You feel her breath synchronize with yours, and it's as though you can see through her eyes, feel the strength and fatigue in her muscles. You are one. Deep in your belly, her belly, you can feel a kindling heat. It tumbles and roars like a rush of water through the mouth of a cave, building and intensifying until it can no longer be caged. You feel an eruption, a release, an exhale of fire, billowing and beautiful. You feel cleansed from the inside out, and you feel powerful. The stream of flame melts the links in the chains to molten iron. Night tugs once more at her shackles, and they disappear into liquid and ash. Then she's off and running, lumbering unevenly on feet that haven't traveled in a lifetime. You cling to her scales and hold on for dear life as she moves, thirsty for sunlight and fresh air to breathe. You find yourself laughing, even as you clutch at the dragon's hide. When you break out of the cave, the clean air floods your lungs with such a sweetness. For you, only hours underground, as you gasping for the freshness of it. For night, decades underground. You squint against the sun's brightness. She must be nearly blinded by it. But she's laughing too. It's all too wonderful. She topples the cairns in her giddy clumsiness, scraping her claws against rock and cliff. She climbs swiftly, you aboard her back, to the peak of Mount Arden, where the mist is lifted and the skies are effortlessly clear. You can see for miles around. Far off, on the horizon, the stone walls surrounding the capital city and the palace. Shall we go home, my friend? Night inquires. But you're not ready for that just yet. There's a whole world your dragon has never seen. There's a whole sky she has yet to explore. Taking flight for the first time since her imprisonment, Night cries out with delight to feel the full expanse of her wings. It's such sweet release. You can feel it too, as if she's an extension of you, as if her wings are your wings, her muscles your muscles, and as they unfurl, you grow more spacious, more free. There's a kingdom beyond the western mountains waiting for you, but it can wait a little while longer. There are oceans to skim, new foods to taste, lives to be lived. You have a choice. You always have a choice. To rule a kingdom, to learn the ways of justice, and strive to make the world a better place, or to live untethered, unfettered, unkempt, and wild, to taste the sweet freedoms of the world unbothered by the machinations of court. There's time to decide. Night soars with sunset at her heels. The wind dances through your hair. You catch a wave. If they do write history books about you, they won't call you the Dragon Slayer. They'll call you the Dragon Rider. The first stars are just beginning to appear in the twilight sky as you lay down your bow. You roll your shoulders to release the tension in your muscles and quietly admire the final arrow from your quiver, now embedded deeply in your target at the heart of a mighty oak. A voice from behind you, smooth and dark, speaks praise. You hear gentle hoofsteps upon the grass. Chiron approaches, bringing forth an ointment for your shoulders. The air fills with the fresh, sweet fragrance of mint leaf and peony. As you apply the balm to your sore muscles, you feel a sensation of subtle heat build and tingle where it meets your skin, bringing you relief and calm. The sun disappears over the western horizon, leaving behind a swirl of intense magenta, violet, and orange to mix in the sky like watercolors. The explosive hues cast a pale and purple edge to reflect across the mountains and cliffs that surround you. You can already feel the tension in your shoulders relaxing as a warm evening breeze activates the herbs in the ointment. Across Chiron's chest is slung a bow and quiver. The bow is exquisitely hand-carved from olive wood, custom fitted to his hand and inlaid with precious metals. Yours, which is only for training and practice, is rough-hewn and worn from years of use and misuse. With time, Chiron assures you, you may earn a handmade bow of your own. He commends you on your performance today. You're happy to hear words of approval after the last week, and especially from Chiron, whom you admire as a teacher, an incredibly skilled archer, and, you think, hopefully even a friend. When you arrived in Thessaly, you had minimal practice in the art of archery, but after just a few days in Chiron's tutelage, you already feel infinitely more comfortable with a bow. Growing up in the city of Athens, you heard stories of Chiron, the Centaur trainer of Achilles, Ajax, Jason, and Heracles, the son of the Titan Cronus and the water nymph Philyra. Chiron was said to be taken in to foster by the god Apollo, who taught him the arts of medicine, music, archery, and herbs. Chiron earned a wreath of laurels from his foster father, and he became known as the wisest and justest of the centaurs. The heroes who trained under him spoke passionately of his warmth and generosity as a teacher, and they went on to great, noble deeds. So, when you came of age, it became your greatest ambition to study under the venerable Chiron, so that he might shape you into another great hero for kin and country. And when the time came, Chiron welcomed you to his training camp in among the mountains of Thessaly. You learned, upon your arrival, that you would be his only pupil for a time. Gone were the days of the Trojan War, when legions of warriors trained to fight in his camp, and Chiron himself, approaching to greet you at the base of Mount Pelion, appeared older than the figure of legends and art, but no less grand. The wisps of silver woven through his black hair, and the lines around his eyes and forehead all contributed to a first impression of gravitas, dignity, and warmth. Age comes slowly to the immortals, if at all, but with it comes the accumulation of wisdom, knowledge, and experience. Over the last few days, you've counted yourself incredibly fortunate for the personal attention of such a master teacher. Through Chiron's wisdom, you've begun to understand that these mountains, in all their towering majesty, hold the keys to the secrets of the universe, from the cosmic to the microcosmic. Each day, you awake in the early hours of morning, rising before dawn touches the sky with rosy fingers. Until dusk, each day is filled with activity, the practice of the hunt, the skills of archery and physical training, but also meditation, contemplation, and philosophy. In between challenges, you debate the nature of existence or muse on the precepts of sacred justice. Decide no suit until you have heard both sides speak, Chiron advises you, urging caution and consideration in matters of law, morality, and equity. After retrieving your arrow from the oak, you and Chiron pack up the training gear and head toward home. Tonight, there's only a hint of moisture in the air, and the darkening twilight brings relief from the heat of the day. You walk for a time in silence, tuning in the symphony of cicadas buzzing from the trees. Chiron's home and your guest quarters lie in the thick, deciduous forests of Mount Pelion, a short hike from the training site. The path is lined with maple, chestnut, oak, and beech trees, the leaves and branches of which provide generous cover. You've grown more accustomed to the path in your short time in Chiron's care, but you are still grateful for his guidance as the light wanes. Beholding the mountain from below, you imagine a person could wander the wood for an eternity and never pass the same tree twice. Chiron breaks the silence as you approach a familiar milestone, a small lake surrounded by apple and pear trees. He calls your attention to an apple blossom that has fallen from an overhanging limb and landed delicately on the surface of the water. He invites you to reflect on the short life of the blossom, which flourishes only for a season, born of a greater living thing, the tree, then surrenders again to the earth. Yet, even in its fall, the blossom is graceful. And in these moments, as it floats upon the half-lit water, it transforms into something new. You watch the flower for a few moments, its pale pink petals curling upward against the surface tension of the water. Another blossom falls, momentarily suspended in the air, spinning with the sweep of a gentle evening breeze before joining its sister on the surface of the lake. You ask Chiron if this is not, in fact, disheartening. The rushing impermanence of beauty, life, and vigor. Placing a hand on your shoulder, he comforts you. There is bittersweetness in it, of course. But then he reminds you to look at what's reflected in the water. Shifting your focus, you can see that the blossoms twirl among the stars in their reflection. The stars, those wandering torches of ancient wisdom and wayfinding, welcome the transient blooms into their cosmic dance. You notice Chiron turning his gaze upward through the clearing of trees, away from the rippling copy and toward the starry skies. You follow his eyeline. Straight above, with burning clarity in the deepening darkness, are the three bright stars that indicate the belt of Orion, the great hunter. In Chiron's skyward eyes, you can see a sparkle of recognition and, perhaps, nostalgia. You suspect he's reminded of his greatest pupil, Achilles. You savor the tranquility of the moment, and you feel privileged to witness such vulnerability in your admired teacher. Then Chiron notes that the night is upon you. A silver moon has risen to cast a diaphanous glow over the wood. But there's no need to fear the darkness in the forests of Mount Pelion. As you and Chiron return to the path, you witness the unfurling of night-blossoming jasmine flowers, which, in their nightly spectacle, release wisps of effervescent light to illuminate your path. Cultivated by the goddess Artemis, the jasmine flowers of the mountain were enchanted to always light the way for Chiron and any who were welcome at his hearth. With their light comes the rich sweetness of the jasmine's perfume, which curves around the whispering breeze. Chiron tells you that jasmine flowers contain medicinal properties. They aid in pain relief and relaxation, and they ease digestion. In fact, he asks you to gather a few of the blooms so he might make a salve or brew a tea for you to try. You pluck a handful of blossoms from the vines along the trail, and each one continues to glow lustrously in your hands. The fragrance is wild and intoxicating. You feel as though you could glide upon it, like the surface of a starry lake. Before you, the vaporous wisps of jasmine light trace a winding way, and before long, an orange glow, faint and quivering, becomes visible at the vanishing point of the path. A shadow passes before the light, briefly blocking it from view, but it reappears an instant later. Chiron's wife must be preparing supper, you think. Above the chorus of cicadas now comes the laughter of children, sweet and musical on the night breeze. You can see them now. 3 girls and a little boy running in circles in a clearing at the end of the path, giddy with laughter, lit only by the spill of the glow from inside the home. A woman's voice escapes the open doorway, calling the children in for bed. One of the girls stops short, looking in your direction, and calls out for her father with glee. She runs toward you. Her father scoops her up and kisses her cheek. She climbs onto his back and throws her arms around his neck as you approach the Centaur's home. Chiron's residence is carved deep into the rocky mountainside itself, a feat that can only have been accomplished with the strength of gods. If a wanderer on Mount Pelion were to find their way through the thickets and forests, unaided by magical jasmine trails, they still might not find the abode, so expertly obscured by trees and camouflaged by mountain crags. Chiron's daughter slides from his back and runs into the house after her siblings, who've been ushered in by Chiron's wife. Chariklo, a graceful nymph, greets her husband warmly and welcomes you back from your day of training. "Supper is ready," she says. "You should help yourself," while she puts the children to bed. You and Chiron enter the open doorway. Chiron chuckles as he watches the children skip toward their bedchambers deeper in the mountainside. Despite the home being, for all intents and purposes, a cave, it's spacious, warm, and softly lit. The ceilings are high, and the floors softened with beautiful, interlocking, hand-woven rugs. In the weaving patterns, you can make out constellations of stars, tessellated nature patterns. The aroma of thyme and sage floats on a spiral of steam issuing from a large pot on the countertop. Chiron ladles a serving of soup into 2 bowls and tears off hunks of crusty bread for each of you. He says he might take his supper outside tonight to enjoy the fine weather. If you'd like to join, he'd welcome the company. You follow him back out the front door and a few paces away. Not far from the entrance to Chiron's home is a small pond overlooked by a willow tree. You take a seat on a rocky formation that springs up from the mountain grass. Chiron's back haunches lower, then front legs bend as he settles into a seat on the grass beside you. The soup is hearty and filling with earthy aromatic herbs and bright citrus flavors that dance across your palate. You soak up the dregs with the fresh bread from Kadiklo's oven. After a long day of training, the meal is wondrously satisfying. It nourishes and restores you. Indeed, in finding stillness, the day's efforts only now truly sink in. Upon your shoulders, Chiron's herbal salve still tingles and warms the muscles. A night breeze troubles the delicate tendrils of the willow, which sweep gently across the surface of the water. Moonlight casts a pale blue tint over the scene, and the bright white moon itself, only a slice short of full, reflects, distorted, in the pond. You look to Chiron, whose eyes are once again bent upward toward the sky. Above you, a sweep of stars and a smear of stardust glitters. In the Centaur's eyes, once more you perceive the inscrutable emotion with which he beheld the constellation Orion. What is it that ensnares you so about the stars, you ask? Chiron's eyes at first do not move to meet yours, but remain fixed upon some spot in the sky. He inhales deeply, as though preparing to answer your question with great consideration and diligence. Then he does turn to you, and he meets your gaze with warmth. He respects, even admires, your question. The stars, Chiron explains, hold great significance to him as an immortal creature living among mortals. With keen observation and dedicated interest, one can track the passage of the wandering stars across the sky, their position in autumn, winter, spring, summer, the repetitions and subtle variations in their proximity and brightness. You can hold the images in your head like frozen memories, mapping the night sky across years and decades, learning the hidden secrets of the celestial bodies. But as life goes on and on and on, you may forget a position or a scale of brightness or a season's worth of discovery. The stars and the mountains and the waters that run deep under the earth go on longer than lifetimes and generations. Only the stars can comprehend immortality, which makes life seem at once immeasurably long and blindingly brief. In the patterns of the wandering stars, many have seen the shapes of bears, serpents, and men, heroes, friends, loved ones of Chiron's. You think again of Achilles, the great hero of Troy, who was like a son to the Centaur and fell tragically in battle. Chiron's eyes are sparkling again, a bittersweet smile wrinkling the corners of his eyes. You thank him for the sincere answer. From here, the stardust appears like a swath of paint across the unending darkness, or a bridge connecting impossible worlds. It shines with the same luminosity of the fragrant forest jasmines, whose scent you can still detect upon the breeze. Cataclo comes out of the house to join you, and you thank her for the excellent supper. The children are asleep, and she's exhausted, but the pleasant breezes and sweet moonlight have coaxed her to her husband's side. The three of you drink in the quiet redolence of the night. The willow boughs drift lazily over the water. The chorus of cicadas hum in sweeping crescendos and decrescendos. Orion's belt and the Milky Way glimmer above your heads. After several minutes of pleasant conversation and quiet contemplation, the Centaur and his wife retire to the residence for sleep. Chiron reminds you that tomorrow you will begin lessons in music and poetry, along with continuance of your archery training. You announce that you'll head for bed shortly, after just a little more time in the sweet night air. Alone beside the willow tree, you look to the sky. You note the brightness and position of the three shining stars of Orion's belt. Holding a hand toward the sky and squinting with one eye, you mentally mark the spatial relationships between the familiar stars and another pattern to the east, beginning to map the cosmos in your mind. You think of the twirling apple blossoms on the water, and how the very distant things in the heavens and the very near on earth share so much. How the patterns in the skies are repeated and iterated here on the ground. How the stories of earthly men and beasts are repeated and iterated amid the stardust. To be immortalized among the stars. Such an honor as only Heracles, Perseus, and the mightiest men achieve. Until tonight, you dreamt of one day climbing the ladder of night to join the star-bright champions. But Chiron's eyes, so genuine and full, he who has lived a lifetime, countless times over, gave you much to consider. You might have scoffed days ago at the notion of spending time with music and poetry when you aspire to be a new Achilles. Now, however, you feel moved by the sublime beauty of the night skies, the sadness and triumph in the stars' constant march. Desire swells in your chest, but not for the hunt or the fight. You yearn to find language or art to express the glitter of Chiron's eyes, the fullness, the abundance of feeling therein, the exquisite irony of what was held within them, sadness, longing, pride, pleasure, regret, contentment, and a twinkling reflection of the moon and stars. The hypnotic sway of the willow, the ebbing cicada song, and the opulent musk of the jasmine combine to create a sensory lullaby. When you're ready, you stand and return to Chiron's abode. You make your way to the guest chambers in the dark, carrying the plucked jasmine blossoms like a glowing torch. The light has a golden edge that pulses and radiates in your hand. When you reach your chamber, the hand-woven blankets, dyed a rich moss green, look especially inviting. You slide between them, feeling the muscles of your shoulders instantly relax into the bed. Something seems to have lifted from them, like a great weight, just as a result of this evening's walk and conversation. You feel lighter than you ever have, unburdened by pressure or expectation. It's perfectly quiet in the room and perfectly dark. But when you close your eyes, the after image of stars and stardust lingers until long after you've settled into the embrace of the god of dreams. A density of rosy clouds scud across the darkening sky. Warm amber lights, activated at nightfall, begin to flick on all around you, shooting targeted beams of illumination up the columns and triumphal arches. Still, you turn on your flashlight and keep it close, for although you know the grooves in the hillside and every rock and root so very well by now. The buoyant, personal light gives you comfort. You take a deep inhale as an evening breeze dances across your shoulders, carrying the milky sweet fragrance of the fig trees of the valley. Dirt and gravel crunch beneath your feet, and little clouds of powdered clay burst in your wake. Rome has such a sweetness on summer nights. The warm air, so oppressive during the day, is smooth and perfumed and alive with gentle movement. The city is lamplit and glowing, romantic and transportive, as though it's rolled back the hands of time. And the Forum, your sanctuary, is vacant, quiet save for the underscore of cicadas, who this summer have crawled from their burrows with renewed numbers and strength of voice. The buzz is so constant it becomes a kind of white noise, sometimes surging in a wave-like crescendo that tickles the insides of your ears and gives you goosebumps, tingles at the back of your neck and scalp. How long have you served as a night caretaker for the Roman Forum? 5 years? 6? It's easier to count the time in summers as time slips so carelessly away. Enough time, at any rate, to feel connected, attuned to the place. During the day, it crawls with tourists, students, and history lovers from around the world. They pour in from the Colosseum and wander, often aimlessly, through the ruins and wonders, eyes glazing over in vacation exhaustion, snapping photos of broken archways. But as the day wanes and the gates close, they amble onward to dinner reservations or gelato stalls. At sundown, the Forum becomes your domain, your place, glowing and nestled in the valley between the Palatine and Capitoline hills. Its temples, stairs, and domiciles exhale, recovering from the thousands of visitors, feeling only your soft footfalls come and go. A pleasing tranquility settles with the sunset. The sprawling Forum, save for its cicada symphony, is quiet and serene. Tonight you savor the emptiness even more than usual. The cool evening breeze that twists about the umbrella pines, the last gasp of molten gold sun sinking, washed in violet sky behind the Colosseum, its brilliance sneaking briefly through the archways of the monument. You stroll with a languid gait throughout the site, taking your time. The flashlight beam bounces on the clay path as you wind your way around the arch of Septimius Severus. The Luna marvel of the columns captures the glow of its namesake, now large and full in the sky. The floodlights, pointing upward, illuminate the undersides of the elegant relief, winged victories flanking the triumphal arch, and detailed illustrations of the Parthian War. As you pass through the central archway, as you do on most nights, you briefly close your eyes, imagining the fanfare of horns and cheering crowds. You imagine your temples crowned with laurel leaves, a harmless fantasy. Opening your eyes, you see the beam of your light fall upon the brick structure of the Umbilicus Orbis Romae, an unassuming monument. It frequently goes unnoticed by the casual tourist. But in your years at the site, you've come to cherish it, for its legendary significance stretches back to the founding of Rome. Long ago, the legend says, the god Mars fathered twin boys with a Vestal virgin, Rhea Silvia. The twins were set adrift on the Tiber River, and they were rescued, nursed, and raised by a she-wolf. The boys, Romulus and Remus, grew to adulthood, then returned to the river valley to found their great city. Romulus became the first king of Rome, and it was he who established the Umbilicus Orbis, the symbolic center of Rome. He had a pit dug into the ground of the Forum, into which the first fruits of the year were thrown as a sacrifice. And as tradition, all new citizens of Rome came to the spot to throw a handful of soil from their place of origin. The Umbilicus was the spot from which all distances in Rome were measured, to which all roads met. The spot at which all newcomers cast away their histories and became Roman. It was, for all intents and purposes, the world's navel, the Axis Mundi. You imagine yourself a newcomer to a strange place, being welcomed and embraced by a new people. You think of where you come from and all the memories that come with it. You remember the good weather and the bad, the smell of your first home, how the soil or grass or sand or gravel or road felt beneath your feet. You imagine tossing a piece of that soil or sand into the pit, symbolically incorporating your origins into the mythical unfolding of Rome's history. But this is only one piece of your identity. Where you come from is only a small part of who you are. It's funny, you think. You spend so much time surrounded by ancient history that you hardly think of your own history. So much time in the footsteps of great historical and mythological figures, the ancestors of the modern world, that you rarely think of your own family. Wandering the slopes of the Forum at night often lends itself to such introspection. You walk in the shadows of history, of ghostly triumphs and empire's decay. It's remarkable how much still stands, unshaken by the thousands of years of shifting winds and human movement, that the earth hasn't swallowed or toppled these monuments is, you think, a miracle, a testament to longevity, and a warning about pride. How many dynasties, after all, have these structures outlived? Often you feel those histories, like a low vibration in the ground, or an edge of gold on the sinking sunset, like an invisible world hovering nearby, floating just out of sight, like phantom lights in your periphery. What wonders might reside in that invisible world? Kings and she-wolves, nymphs and fauns. As you swing the beam of your flashlight round to continue your usual route toward the Temple of Saturn, the light falls upon some motion in the deepening dark. A small creature scurries toward a shrub, and you catch just a flash of white and muddled browns. When you locate it once more with your light, you exhale to see a cat, not so effectively hiding in the foliage. You feel a half smile cross your face. The cat gives a little chirp, and you chuckle. You know this one. A lean but healthy calico who visits and hunts in the empty Forum some nights. Should humans disappear from the city, you think, amused, it would take only a day or two for Rome to become the empire of cats. There's another archaeological site to the northeast of the Forum, called the Largo di Torre Argentina. It's the excavated ruins of a complex of temples and the theater of Pompeii. Supposedly, it was on the steps of one of the meeting halls in that square where Julius Caesar met his end. Now, its structures in tatters, the site is a sanctuary for cats who climb over its monuments and sun themselves in its crevices, blissfully ignorant of human affairs, legendary canine founders, and political intrigue. The calico, whom you've affectionately nicknamed Octavia after a favorite historical figure, comes out from her hiding place and winds herself around your legs, purring just loudly enough to hear over the swell of cicadas. You're pleased that tonight she seems interested in accompanying you on your rounds. She follows a few paces behind, occasionally falling back to investigate a possible movement or becoming distracted by dust particles dancing in the floodlights. The liquid gold of the sun has long disappeared, and the last shadows of monuments are swallowed in blue night. On like this, you stroll with your quiet companion past the temple of Saturn, where the god of wealth and abundance was venerated, past the ruins of the Basilica of Julia, the towering columns of the Temple of Castor and Pollux, those other mythic twins of antiquity. Wrapped in warm, fig-scented breezes, you and Octavia begin to climb the path up the side of the Palatine Hill toward the terraced gardens overlooking the Forum Valley. With fewer floodlights illuminating monuments, you rely more on your flashlight in the ascent. It casts just enough light to brighten the pathway a few yards ahead. Familiar curves, rocks, and vegetation are revealed from the thickening darkness as you progress. But soon, your flashlight beam falls upon an unfamiliar sight. You stop in your tracks, and you can feel that your furry companion is also on alert. The sound of cicadas in the valley has sunk into a hushed underscore. You can hardly believe what you're seeing in the small pool of light. A pair of hooves. Certainly, though feral cats may find their way into the Forum at night, it's a much more complicated proposition for a horse. Or, more likely, as you examine the hooves, a goat. Slowly, cautiously, you pan the light of your torch upward illuminating legs, haunches, tail. Then you gasp, for the lower body, resembling a goat, meets at the haunches with the upper body of a man. Your flashlight moves continuously upward, and the creature raises an arm to shield his face from the light. But even so, above the shielding arm, you can make out a pair of small, stubby horns protruding from shaggy brown curls. He lowers the arm to reveal his face, boyish and ruddy-cheeked, with a glint of mischief in the eyes. You are flabbergasted. Before you, as though he stepped from one of the paintings or sculptures in the Villa Borghese, is a faun. He bears a sheepish grin, and as you gape at his confounding appearance, he bends forward in a humble bow. You stumble to speak, releasing a string of disconnected, incoherent words and sounds. This must be your imagination run wild, you think, swayed by the sounds and smells and shadows of the forum at night, twisting trees and monuments into mythological phantasms. But the more you stare and blink and squint, the more solid and indisputable the faun's presence becomes. He is a creature of flesh and blood, lifted from the most ancient of Roman myths. The faun, the spirit of woodlands and wilds, tamer of wolves, cousin to the satyrs of Greece, and counterpart to their shepherd god Pan. Rescuing you from your floundering speechlessness, the faun begins to speak. He's sorry to have caused you such a fright. It was not his intention. He speaks with a patrician elegance, but there's something very deferent in his tone, too. He seems to know you, to have sought you out. Finding the inner calm at last to chime in, you ask who he is and where he's come from. There's the glimmer of mischief again in his eyes, but it strikes you as something benevolent rather than deceptive, like he has a secret from the whole world, and he's here to let you, and only you, in on that secret. He goes on to explain that he is Faunus, the protector of this place. You almost protest. You've carried out the night watch for years now and never seen the like of him. But you think you understand. You've always felt, especially in the quiet hours of deep night and early morning, that the spirits of history still inhabit these hills and valleys, and that the long-forgotten gods and legends still wait in the ruins of their temples to have their kingdom restored. Just as you protect the forum from intrusion and vandalism, perhaps this faunus watches over the invisible world of history and myth that hides between the shadows of the monuments. But why then would he reveal himself now? Why appear to you? Before you can pose this question to the faun in the path, you realize that Octavia has stepped into the throw of your flashlight. She sniffs cautiously at the faun's feet. He looks amused and reaches down to stroke her fur. She purrs loudly and butts her head against the faun's leg. Something about her inherent trust of faunus makes you wonder, have they met before? Are they of the same world even? Either way, she seems comfortable with the stranger. It puts your mind at ease. Faunus, eyes soft and kind, gestures toward the top of the Palatine Hill. Your eyes scan upward. Your flashlight hand seconds behind. But you find you don't need the flashlight. Just obscured by the crest of the hill, you can see a flickering movement, a dance of warm orange light. You angle your head and furrow your brow. If you're not mistaken, the distant, elevated light is coming from a fire. Yet you sense instinctually that it's safe, that it's meant to be there. Faunus steps aside from the center of the path, arms still outstretched, making space for you to pass. They are waiting for you, he says. Who is waiting for you? But you're already walking, gliding toward the top of the hill, your heart leading, pulling you forward. You hear Octavia's soft trot behind you. As you climb, you steal a glance back at the valley, expecting to see floodlights on the undersides of ruins. But instead, you see a quivering, hazy image, almost translucent, as if overlaid upon the forum of monuments, restored and resplendent. You blink, and the impression is gone. The ruins return. It's funny. Heart drawn inevitably forward, onward, upward, You begin to feel the reach of warmth from the fire atop the hill. Faunus is at your side. It's a marvel, a mesmerizing tower of fire rippling toward the sky, bouncing amber light off the canopies of parasol pines. You're so transfixed by the leaping bonfire, its mix of yellows, reds, and oranges, the sparks flying from its edges, that it takes you some time to notice the silhouettes encircling it. They move too, with a fluidity akin to water, black like shadows against the brilliance of the fire. And although you can't make out any faces or features from here, you feel instantly that you know them, that you're one of them. You turn to Faunus, and a question almost escapes your lips, but it must sing through your eyes, because Faunus answers it with his own glance. Your body moves of its own volition. Your feet might not even touch the ground as you're drawn to the flame. Loose, languid limbs and body soft, you find yourself dancing to the rhythm of unseen drums and flutes. As you move and slide and let your mind surrender, faces pass before you. The other dancers. A face that might be your own, save for a slight difference in the bridge of the nose and color of the eyes. A face you think you recognize from the old photo albums you used to look at, serious and strong. A face that resembles your mother's, but not quite. Every face that passes beside the fire is familiar. Hands grasp yours briefly, then let go. A revolving chain of dancers and movers. Firm hands, soft hands, rough hands. They're warm and comforting and familiar still. You understand. You look into the eyes and grasp the loving hands of your ancestors who welcome you into their celebratory circle. The world seems to spin around you on the axis of the towering bonfire, all a blur outside the centrifuge. Lights and monuments and hills and valleys spinning, blurring, your limbs loosening. You feel light as though if you kicked off the ground, you'd leap straight into the moon. You feel open, as though you extend far beyond your body, reaching out to commune with the others who dance with you about the bonfire. You surge with movement, dynamic like the flame itself. Release. Surrender. It's hours around the bonfire, maybe, or moments. The fire changing, shifting in its white-hot alchemy is the only constant. The world is turning on this spindle. As the revolution of the world slows, the Palatine Hill falls away. You find, collapsing on tender grass and soft soil, a new density in the trees. The bonfire burns in an open clearing at the heart of a wild wood. The moon smiles down. Your fellow dancers, your family, slow their dancing too. All around you, people fall to the earth with sighs and exhales, laughter. Faunus is there. He reclines in a bed of ivy. Octavia, the calico cat, is curled, snoozing at his feet. And playing beside him, a pair of wolf pups. You see other creatures, rabbits and squirrels, flit in and out of the trees, approaching him. Faunus drinks from a skin and grazes on dark red grapes. He's the picture of repose and abundance. You feel the grass pleasantly cool beneath your fingers and toes, for at some point you became barefoot. You're not sure when. It's good to feel the grass. A rustic, imprecise ring of red poppies, curled and closed for the night, circles the spot where you recline. Someone brings you grapes and ripe figs and something cool and honey sweet to drink. She looks like she could be your sister, but she's robed in deep purple threaded with gold, and her eyes hold something ancient. Though the dancing has ceased, you can still hear music, but you're not quite sure from where it comes. A descant of flittering flute, a solid, resounding drumbeat that vibrates in your chest. You feel like something out of a painting, one of those pastoral scenes where the light is hazy and the figures are small against a rolling, organic landscape. The bonfire still burns at the center of the clearing, but its flames diminish somewhat, no longer fed by the energy of the dancing. You wonder what lies in the wild, overgrown forest that surrounds you. You feel an urge to explore, investigate, but not quite yet. The grass is cool against your skin, and the fruit is sweet and delicate. Another ancestor comes to you. She brings you a small leather purse, pressing it into your hand. You look at her quizzically. The gesture reminds you in some strange way of a grandparent giving you a gift, unbeknownst to a parent. You move to unfasten the drawstring, but the woman stops you. She shakes her head, but a small smile remains upon her lips. Not yet, her eyes seem to say. Before she leaves, she gives your hand a little squeeze. The touch of her hand is achingly familiar, though you've never seen her before. And you love her, and you know she loves you. You inspect the exterior of the leather purse. There's nothing quite remarkable about it, but it does have some weight to it. There is something inside, though it's hard to tell what that might be. Unsure what to make of the mysterious gift, you look around to your fellows, reclined in the grass or grazing on fruits and wine. Though many remain comfortably resting, you notice some are missing from their places. You see one or two strolling, unhurried, away from the bonfire and toward the edge of the wood. They have the same instinct as you do. You stash the purse and pull yourself to stand before swearing the comfort of your grassy resting spot. The warmth of the bonfire at your back, you too move toward the tree line. After a few steps, you feel Octavia's presence by your feet. The woods are wild, trees and rocks blanketed with moss and ivy, vines tangled all about. You still have your flashlight slung at your hip, and it comes to good use now, helping you avoid hazards. You step over a tiny stream that trickles through the ferns. Your light falls upon a doe and her timid fawns. who stare wide-eyed for a moment before scampering away through the trees. With every step you take away from the glade and the fire and your ancestors, the further you are determined to go into the wood. It's endlessly enticing, and you have the feeling something important lies within the forest. There's no coherent path, and your route becomes more and more difficult to traverse over fallen trees and overhanging vines. And yet, you conquer each obstacle effortlessly, as if your body is once again steps ahead of your mind. The forest smells of rich earth and powdery poppy. Your head feels light, easy, and buoyant. There's something ahead, something faintly glowing. Perhaps the thing that's calling you through the wood. You glide toward it like a bead of dew upon gossamer. As you draw nearer, you see that the hazy, creamy glow surrounds a yellow flower, blooming from a slender plant. You've never seen anything quite like it. You stoop to inhale its fragrance, which is herbal, spicy like licorice or anise. Somehow, with just one inhale, you feel all pain, discomfort, worry, and stress soothed by the perfume. Octavia, who has traveled loyally at your heels and leapt over every fallen tree with the grace of her species, nibbles at the spiny green leaves of the plant. Not fully understanding your urge to do so, you feel yourself reaching for the flower's base and pulling it up from the root. The glow dims slightly for a moment as you unearth the plant, but renews itself shortly thereafter. You reach for the purse the ancestor gave you and pull the drawstring open to deposit the flower. Funny, you think, as you look inside the small bag. It's already filled with soil. Why would she have given you a purse of soil? If not for this reason. You gingerly place the flower, roots down, in the soil, and draw the opening of the purse closed around the stem. The glowing flower's head protrudes sweetly from the bag. You bend down to give Octavia a scratch on her chin. As you stand, ready to survey the wood, perhaps return to the bonfire with your discovery, you realize you've dropped your flashlight. The flower's glow only spills a few centimeters ahead, so you reach for the torch to find your way. But as you angle the light from your flashlight, it's not the moss and ivy-coated forest floor your eyes meet, but powder, clay, and marble. You turn on the spot, shining your light across what you thought was wild woodland. The Temple of Vesta, the Gemonian Stairs, the Tarpeian Rock, the Arch of Septimius Severus. You're in the Forum once more. Fig-scented breezes, deep gray clouds across the full setting moon, orchestral cicadas, distant city sounds if you really listen for them. You let go a sigh tinged with confusion and some disappointment. You press a hand to an ancient column, feeling its still, cool marble solidity. All a flight of fancy, you suppose. A fantasy made of old shadows, lingering myths, and an unquiet mind. Octavia chirps. At least she's still here to keep you company. And the sun will be up soon. But then you look to your hand, the one without the flashlight. It's still clutching a small leather purse, a yellow flower, unlike any you've seen in Rome, or anywhere for that matter, sticks out of the top of the bag. It doesn't glow any longer, or at least, well, perhaps there's a faint, hazy glimmer around the petals. Your eyes scan the Forum, unsure of what you're looking for. They flick upward to the summit of the Palatine Hill, where a shadowy silhouette moves. It's the figure of a faun, you think. But you blink, and it's gone. Or perhaps it was only a tree, or a ruin to begin with. Taking a few cautious steps across the dusty ground, you feel as though you're treading on the surface of water or a frozen lake, as though with a heavy footfall you might crash through to another world. You breathe slowly, conscious of the cool air entering your system, the warm air leaving it, This world is real enough, you decide. It's not long before the rosy fingers of dawn begin to paint their way across the eastern sky, opening poppies and lilies across the city, waking tourists and shining through the high windows of 1,000 churches. You find yourself at the shrine of the Umbilicus Orbis, the center of ancient Rome, the axis mundi, navel of the universe. There's a small patch of green grass where the original pit might have been dug. Carefully, you open the drawstring on the leather purse and reach for the roots of the yellow flower. You sprinkle a bit of the soil from within, the soil of your ancestors, of the invisible world, and you place the flower there, an offering from another place or time, and you turn and you go. Flashlight in hand, your feet tread upon a golden web made of strings that cross the valley, built of invisible histories, mythologies, and ancestries. The air smells thick, saturated, and earthy. There's a mix of mineral-rich soil and the warm, complex scents of ferns, lichens, and mosses. And here and there, the fresh herbal fragrance of Scots pine, juniper, and rowan. The lingering moisture of recent rain is suspended still in the atmosphere. The dampness makes your bones and muscles ache even more. You seem to creak with every step like an old house or wagon. Your body drags, pulled onward by your commitment, your determination to reach the spring. You've come too far to turn back, but oh, how your weary body would love to lie down and give in. Still you push on, unwilling to admit defeat. Miles of taiga already stretch behind you, though who knows how many miles are still ahead. A map can only take you so far when seeking the landmarks of legend. Once you entered the wood, you relied not on the map, but on your dowsing twig. You carved it yourself of a forked hazel branch and learned the ways of water witching from a wise woman in your town. Now, you grip it in both hands, holding it steady above the ground, waiting for its end to dip when it discovers a source of groundwater. You must go slowly, and for this, your aching bones both thank you and curse you. You have little strength to move with any swiftness, but the slow, deliberate gait only accentuates the soreness of your muscles. Onward. The soil is springy beneath your feet, mossy and soft. Above you through the trees you hear the clumsy whistling sound of a capercailzie's feathers in flight. What light penetrates the depth of forest is diffuse and gray. You're not sure if it's early morning or midday and cloudy. You've lost track. Steady, you grip the hazel wood. But as you concentrate on the tiny, subtle movement or illusion of movement in the dowsing rod's end, your eyes are drawn upward by a hint of color ahead, not far off. If the dowsing twig has indeed located groundwater, you can't say, for it could have been nothing more than the twitch of your own hands. But you find you no longer need the water witching tool. As you move close to the strange, willowy pops of color in the wood, you realize that they may mark the very spot you seek. Countless strips of cloth and ribbons, white and blue and bright red, yellow and Lincoln green, tattered and torn, threadbare and knotted, hang from the branches of a hawthorn tree, all tapestried about with rags and ribbons. The tree's own greenery is all but obscured. You remember hearing local folklore about such trees. Clootie trees, they're called. Here, someone seeking the healing powers of a nearby well or spring would leave a cloth or ribbon as a means of symbolically shedding an ailment or injury. The goddess or nature spirit who stewards the spring might look upon the ribbon as an offering and grant their healing waters to the supplicant. For a few moments, you find yourself quietly observing the ribbon-wrapped tree, almost mesmerized by the gentle sway of the cloth rags in a breeze that rustles by. The same breeze shakes the leaves at the tops of all the nearby trees, producing a brief swell of sound overhead. Each rag or ribbon you think represents someone like you, someone who found their way to the heart of this wood, desperate to taste the waters of healing. A cream-colored rag, seemingly ripped from the hem of a common shift, might have belonged to a young girl seeking to relearn how to walk. A shiny blue ribbon, likely belonging to someone of noble birth, could have belonged to someone hoping to heal a broken heart. Every one of them has a story, you think. You wonder if they all found peace and healing here. When the rustling of the wind subsides, it's not silence you're left with, or even merely the twittering of birds above. It takes you a moment to realize it, but the sweet sound finally reaches your ears and weary mind. The sound of water, trickling, tripping, lapping, small and clear. You search the ground nearby, and your heart flutters when your eyes find the source of the sound. A small and steady stream runs through an opening in the trees, just steps from the kludi tree. Hardly a meter wide and shallower still, the stream runs south, its crystal waters tripping over rocks and splashing against tree roots. It's a lovely thing. You feel a crashing of thirst, your lips and tongue parched and longing. But there's something you must do before you can plunge your hands into the cool water, before you can raise that water to your mouth and drink. You reach to the hem of your tunic and grip the fabric with both hands. The joints in your fingers ache and twinge, but you summon all the strength you can muster to tear a small strip from the end. The threads split and fray at the edges, and the strip of cloth falls limp against your hand. Approaching the kludi tree, you locate a small branch that is as yet free of adornment. You smile to see that it's the last branch where one of the hawthorn's signature white flowers still blooms. As you tie your cloth to the branch, the frail little flower falls from it, floating to the forest floor, where it joins piles of its decomposing brethren. You hope the cloth from your tunic will be a well-received offering to the spirit of the wood. Now, body aching but heart light, you kneel beside the laughing waters. If you look closely, you can see the place where the groundwater escapes, bubbling into the stream. You take a deep breath and let out a sigh, on which all your doubts escape. You plunge both hands into the water, which is cold but comfortable. Cupping your hands, you lift them to your lips, drinking deeply. The water tastes finer than anything you've ever drunk, cool and clear and just a bit sweet, as though it's essenced with the wildflowers of the forest. After you've drunk of it, you splash some of the water on your face. You sigh again, awaiting the sensation of relief, awaiting the feeling of all pain and discomfort leaving your body, awaiting the lifting of the fog in your mind, leaving only a pleasant clarity. But you don't feel any different. You wait by the stream. You wait. But your heart sinks, nearly breaks when you realize nothing has changed. Perhaps the spirit of this wood, the steward of the spring, has rejected your plea. You wait still. The light changes in the forest. The sheer gray of before gives way to a warm, tender, golden glow that finds its way through the openings in the trees. The clear water of the stream collects the golden sunlight, then dances on its merry way. You remain. It's hard to think you've come this far for nothing. You're not sure you have the strength to stand, let alone to retrace your tiresome journey. You sit. Perhaps you will never leave this forest, you think. There are worse things. Perhaps you'll sit here until you grow old, in the shade of the hawthorn and the towering Scots pines. Perhaps you will become a tree yourself, rooted into the ground, and others will tie their ribbons to your limbs when they travel to this place. You'll become the spirit who grants or withholds healing. Your mind wanders. Once or twice you think you see movement between the trees. You remember the legends of a great battle somewhere in this forest, where two great sorcerers bewitched the very trees to dig up their own roots and march into battle. But it's probably just a roebuck or a mountain hare. The sunlight falls on your face and shoulders now. The waters catch the golden light and sparkle in response. Maybe you'll get up after all and start the journey home. But something stops you. Something fasts you to the spot. The quality of light is changing again, not in color or warmth, but intensity. And not from above, from the position of the sun, but from within the forest itself, to the north. Perhaps from where the stream originates. You shield your eyes and turn toward the light source. A silver glow pulses through the trees, its rays streaming almost like liquid. You blink and squint against the brilliance of it, and from the shine emerges a silhouette that seems to ring like a bell. Something large and gliding. As the gleam subsides, dissolves even, the silhouette comes into focus with sudden clarity. All at once you feel your heart fill, your eyes water, and your knees weaken. You're overcome with awe and emotion and an urge to avert your eyes, but you do not turn away. Your senses drink of the spectacle, for it's wondrous to behold, but also fragrant and musical and warm. An entire sensory outpouring. And there, in the wake of it all, is the most beautiful thing, truly the most wonderful thing you've ever beheld. A pure, white unicorn, more alive and lovelier than in any rendering in books or paintings. It stands exquisitely still, noble and towering over you in your prostrate form. Yet the white wisps of its mane and tail flow freely, as though disturbed by a constant breeze, or as though underwater. Its color, the purest, simplest, cleanest white you've ever seen, is like moonbeams or fresh winter snow or sea foam. And its horn, spiraled and impossibly long, endless even, nearly the length of its body, is like shining mother of pearl. Your breath is caught in your chest. And then, when you think your heart and senses can hold no more wonder, the unicorn begins to speak. It's a voice neither masculine nor feminine, and somehow both, booming and incandescent, firm and gentle, reassuring and mysterious. You are almost too overcome with awe to understand the words, but you catch up. Tell me, the unicorn says, in all your life and in every place upon this earth you've traveled, have you ever seen a creature such as me? You want to grovel, to insist and assure the unicorn that they are the noblest and most magnificent beast you've ever encountered. But you cannot muster a sound. All you can do is shake your head. Yet you do not detect pride, but a tinge of sorrow in the words that follow. I've heard your plea for healing, they say. I've seen your offering upon the boughs of the tree. I've felt the pain you carry in your hands head, and heart. Your pulse quickens, your hands quiver. The unicorn continues. I've waited many long years beside this stream, waiting for someone with a pure and honest heart, someone who might give me a gift in return for the magic of the spring. You feel your face fall into a quizzical glance. What gift could this magical creature need? And yet, somewhere in the depths of your soul, you feel already a strong devotion. You feel a wealth of magnanimity you hadn't known you possessed. You have no great wealth or treasure to your name, but if you did, you know you'd lay it at the feet of the unicorn. What can you offer, though, besides a strip of cloth from your tunic and the sincerity of your feeling? I have nothing to give, you say, holding your hands out, palms up, in supplication. I have come many miles to be healed by the spring. All I can do, all I can offer is devotion and gratitude. The unicorn's dark eyes seem to sparkle, and you wonder if they feel disappointment, sadness, just as you had hoped the spring would heal your ailments. Did the unicorn hope you were some keeper of unimaginable riches? Do they feel the same regret as you? But when the unicorn speaks again, it's not with sorrow. It's with hope. All I ask is companionship, they say. I have asked it of many a gentle soul who knelt beside the waters in exchange for the healing magic of the spring. I have a great journey to embark on, and I cannot bear to go alone. I've been alone for so long. But why, you ask, have none granted you this simple gift? Now the unicorn bows their head. Many have made the promise in moments of weakness or pain, but once granted renewed force and energy, they've seized the newfound freedom. I hold up my side of the bargain, but they choose to break their side. You can hear the heartache in the unicorn's voice, and it sends a pang through your heart. You can't imagine anyone refusing the unicorn anything they ask for. If you had the strength you feel, you'd go to the ends of the earth for them. But perhaps you wonder, if you really did have the strength, would you too make the choice to part ways? If you felt young and healthy and free, Would you still bind yourself to the beast? Yes. Yes, you think. I would. I will go with you, you say, confident and bright. Your voice is as strong as you've ever heard it. I too need a friend. The unicorn lifts their head a fraction. It's such a subtle, almost unconscious motion, as though they refuse to show you any inclination of hope. You can empathize with the feeling. You too have felt lonely. You too have longed for companionship and adventure, despite all that holds you back. There's a long pause. The songs of crossbills overhead, the rustle of squirrels in the branches, the trickle of spring water. And then, though it's unspoken, you feel the making of a troth, as though some invisible force binds you to the unicorn. 1,000 tiny strings, like strips of cloth, tying together your hearts and fates. The air becomes active, as though all the tiny particles that make it up are standing on end and spinning through time. The unicorn, graceful and slow, lowers their head with elegant intention and dips the tip of their spiraled horn in the cool and flowing stream. Where the horn touches, you think you can see a glint of light and liquid silver. The water continues to flow, but its surface almost imperceptibly changes, a slight disturbance from the horn that ripples outward and resets. The unicorn lifts their head and looks at you. Drink, they say. Be healed, and let your promise be fulfilled. Hardly bearing to take your eyes off the creature, you once more dip your hands into the cold, running water. You withdraw your hands, cupped, holding a small pool of water within them. You can see your own faint reflection in the surface of the pool. Your eyes are honest. You wonder how this water will change you. Will it change your intentions? You lift your hands to your lips and drink. The water is cool and clear, gently floral and sweet. You feel your throat opening Take in a deep breath. At once, you can take in more oxygen than ever before. The breath, whole and capacious, flows into all corners of your body, lighting up muscles and joints. Feel the scalp and temples open, release all tension, pain, and discomfort, leaving the space of your head. Unfurrow your brow and awaken the third eye. Feel yourself opening up, unfolding. On the tip of your tongue, savor the taste of the healing water and become aware of how the mouth feels. The inside of the mouth, the tongue, the root of the tongue, the teeth and gums. Unclench your jaw if you're clenching. Replace tightness everywhere with softness, consciously releasing. Feel how releasing the muscles of your jaw and temples releases other parts of the body. How all is connected. One system, all together. You might find an intention or a mantra now, a few words to hold to as a deep resolve. Say it to yourself, out loud or in your mind, in the present tense, as if it's already true. If nothing comes to mind, you can use this. Everything I need to heal is already within me. Say your mantra to yourself 3 times in your mind or out loud. Then let it go. Feel the healing water pass down your throat and into your body. The muscles of the neck and shoulders release and soften, letting go of tension, discomfort, pain, anything that hurts or strains. Let go. Release and soften your shoulders and the muscles connecting your shoulders to your neck, your arms, and your back. Bring your awareness to your chest, to the space across your heart and rib cage. Let your breathing be natural but full. Let the breath fill the lungs and belly. Surrender to the natural waves of your breath. Each inhale sends healing energy to all corners of the body, and each exhale carries away the stored tension, hurt, and worry. Let your heart feel light. Let healing energy radiate from within your heart and move in and out with the breath. If your heart is hurting right now, be gentle with it. Breathe and trust your heart, how it sustains you and carries all your potential for love and deep, deep feeling. Cherish it. Now feel the muscles of your arms soften and feel the joints of your shoulders, elbows, wrists, and fingers become loose and fluid and smooth. Send your healing breath to the individual joints, carrying any pain or stress out on your exhales, as though you're clearing away cobwebs and sweeping them outside. Let them go. Now send the healing breath deep into the belly, releasing any pain or discomfort or worry. If anything is tying your stomach into knots, let the breath gently loosen that knot, unfurling it like a lotus and sweeping away the cause, letting it ride out on the breath, the wave of your exhale. Let the healing breath flow into your back, untangling the points of tension, relieving the pressure, and exhaling any negative emotions that may cause you to strain. Send the breath and healing energy into your pelvis and legs. Soften the lower abdomen. Acknowledge any pain you may feel in the pelvis and breathe into it. Breathe into the hip points, into any tension, tightness, or strain in the hips. As you send the breath to soften that space, recognize and release any emotions or vulnerabilities stored in the hips or hip flexors. Carry those emotions out on the wave of your breath. Soften and release the thighs, and breathe healing into the joints of the knees. Recognize just how much your knees bear. Thank them and let them soften. Embrace relief and rest and smoothness. Breathe. Exhale negativity, pain, discomfort. Breathe into the lower legs and the ankles, rolling the ankles if you like, or simply relaxing them, sending any strain out, like clearing out cobwebs, making way for constructive connections and rejuvenation. Breathe into the soles of the feet and feel any soreness or exhaustion melt. Send a healing breath into the joints of the toes. Waves of healing in, waves of tension out. Feel the coolness and light of the healing water flush through your body like an exhale or a wave from the top of your head to the tip of your toes and radiating outward from your sweet heart, renewing the connections, lightening your head and softening your heart. Feel mind, body, and spirit moving in concert with the waves of breath. Feel rejuvenated. Return to your mantra if you have one. Repeat it to yourself in your mind or out loud and let it go. You find you've risen to your feet, standing taller and prouder than you ever have. You feel many years younger, and a surge of energy and vitality runs through you like a current. The gratitude is enough to bring you to tears. You feel ready to run through the forests, proclaiming your victory. You could lift the trees up from their roots. You could run all the way to your hometown, leagues and leagues from here, in the space of an afternoon. You picture yourself at home, and the image fills your heart. But then your eyes meet the unicorns. Already the creature looks sad, ready to accept another loss. The image of home dissolves in your mind, and is replaced by hazy silver glow. You walk toward the unicorn. Oh, how swift and smooth is your gait. And cautiously you place a hand upon their neck. Their eyes lighten. You intend to keep your promise, they ask. You nod. A long journey would do me good, you say, and I owe you infinite gratitude. You ask about the nature of the journey, where you'll go, and the object of the quest. To this, the unicorn does not have a clear answer. Rather, further questions. For all these years, I've been bound to the healing spring of these woods, the unicorn explains. I cannot say how many years, but I have not strayed beyond the borders of the forest. Once, the wood was abundant with others of my kind, and now I fear I am the only one. Your heart aches for the creature. They continue. I wonder in my heart if others like me still run in corners of the world, though my hope of finding them diminishes with each petitioner's testimony. But until now, my charge has forbidden me to go looking for them. You mean you've been trapped here? You ask, waiting for someone to set me free with the gift of honest devotion. A surge of warmth and compassion fills you up from head to toe. You want to throw your arms around the unicorn's neck. You almost do. Your fates are one now. The love you feel for the unicorn's gift of healing is matched, you imagine, by the unicorn's gratitude for their freedom. You promise to search the corners of the earth for the other unicorns. But as you prepare to depart the wood, a question occurs to you. What about the spring? You ask. Without you as guardian, what will happen to others who come seeking relief from their ailments? You cannot bear to imagine others suffering, unable to find succor. The unicorn explains that now their connection to the spring is broken, and it will flow with healing powers uninterrupted. Now, all who seek it shall find their suffering relieved, regardless of their offerings or position. Now you and your new friend set off under cover of ancient pines, hawthorns, and alder trees. Behind you, the healing spring trickles and bubbles. The rags and ribbons of the kludi tree sway gently in the breeze. The unicorn lets you ride on their back, and you savor the swiftness of the beast through the winding trails of the forest, over hill and vale. You've never traveled with such speed. Your hair whips in the rippling wind. Together you travel the green glens of the highlands under skies filled with heavy black clouds. You trudge through grass and mud in a summer rain. You take shelter in the ruins of a forgotten castle, somehow finding the deepest sleep of your life under a broken stone archway. Across land bridges you travel to unknown countries, to kingdoms of legend and great citadels. You witness a great many wonderful things, miracles performed by passing magicians, flutterings of fairy lights in distant trees. But you do not see another unicorn. Your friend's gait slows. Over hill, over vale, over land, over sea, and again. You pore over maps of old and new worlds. You consult with traders of rare animals. You parley with pirates. None have seen the like of your friend. One winter night, the unicorn says they will return to the wood and become guardian of the spring once more. You've done all you can, and the quest is ended. I believed, says the unicorn, foolishly perhaps, that if I could just look, even if I couldn't find them, it would give me peace. But alas, you try to protest, assuring your friend that their freedom is worth as much as 100 unicorns. But their mind is made up. At dawn, they'll return to the spring. You can come with for the return journey, if you like. But the choice is yours. That night you dream of the ocean, of a castle on a cliffside that overlooks the sea. On each crashing wave in the space between the sea foam and sea sand, you see a herd of running unicorns, cresting and falling against the shore. At first light, you prepare to accompany the unicorn back to the wood where you met. You're not sure where you'll go next. Home, perhaps. You know you'll stay by their side as long as they need. The journey seems longer now, The way back always stretches beyond the initial quest, you think, because the object of the quest is behind. Over hill, over vale, over snow-covered glens, over fairy circles, under broken archways, under clouds heavy with snow, and finally, under Scots pines, familiar and fresh and evergreen. The forest feels like home. This place where you once thought you'd grow roots and become a tree, forsaken by the spirit of the spring. This place where you bound yourself to the unicorn. How far you've come, how strong you've been, how much you've loved in the days since you left this place. The soil springs back with more pep now under thin layers of frost. Your joints bounce with more resilience. You're lighter on your feet. You try to think back to the person you were when you first came seeking the spring. That person seems like a stranger. You make space in your heart for them. Hazy, golden light falls through the trees. The kind of wintry morning light that melts through the chill and warms the heart. A rustle in the trees. A roe deer, probably. Maybe. But a whisper of fragrance rides on the cold breeze, and a note of inaudible music. Something comes alive in the air. It feels charged. And through the willow and alder trees, the ones that might once have pulled up their roots to fight legendary battles, something is coming toward you and your friend. Something graceful and delicate. On silvery hooves and the fragrance of lilacs and the softness of sea foam and the crackle of taiga frost.